Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Good morning and welcome to the first day of summer. Yay! It is the summer solstice today, one of my favourite days of the whole year. And although I like to go to Stonehenge or stand on top of Glastonbury Tor to bring it in, I was driving up the M5, but hey, I saw the sunrise and its gloriousness. So happy summer solstice to all of you and the first day of summer. How exciting! And we're celebrating that today with beach huts. It's beach hut frenzy. You can make baby beach huts. Remember the Christmas village? This is the beach hut version. Little beach huts. We've got beach hut bunting. Obviously, where would you be without beach hut bunting? That's especially for the summer. And we have beach hut feature paddles and charm squares, and I've made a quilt, which could be a picnic blanket or a quilt or anything. Anyway, that is the first day of summer, and we've got a lot of really summery fabrics for you. So, isn't it nice that it's such a beautiful day as well? So stay indoors this morning because it's hot out there. Nice and safe inside. And we've got a day filled with makes, dressmaking, fabric, all sorts for you today. So let's start with a really good early bird. Now, I love it when we do an early bird that's one of our all-time favourites. Sometimes we do new products, sometimes we do existing, sometimes we just do our favourite things. And today, big drum roll, it's H640. So for those of you out there who love your H640, you know exactly what this is. It's cut to order, so we're selling it by the ½ metre, but if you want more than that, put it in that number of units in your basket and we will send it as a cut piece. Now, the last time we took this lower was, over a year ago. It's normally £5.99 for ½ metre, which is well worth it for what it does. But we're going to drop the price. What are we dropping it to, Hannah? Wow. We know that you're going to be buying multiples of this, so we're taking £1 off. We're dropping it to £4.99. That's amazing. So when you buy multiple units, I usually like to keep 5 metres of it at home, and I buy it in as a whole cut piece, so I've got it. Now, fusible fleece H640 is a wadding. It has glue on one side so you can iron it on and not glue on the other. So if you're making cushions or bags or small makes, or you can use it for quilt making, but obviously because, you know, you'd have to join it together. It's sort of not quite the normal width if you're doing big quilts, but it is brilliant for wall hangings. I've used it in my baby beach huts. It's used in those. Backs of cushions. Even if I'm making a little makeup bag, just press it into place. Now, do remember, when you get your piece, look at the selvage. It tells you what to do with it, which is brilliant. Everyone who's checked out has multi-bought. Now, it says on here, and I have actually tried this because I always find mine peels off a bit. It's probably because I don't follow the instructions. 15 seconds and a damp cloth. So what you do is it's amazing if you follow the instructions, isn't it? Is you place the fabric wrong sides down on the glue, and then put a pressing cloth or something, or if you've got an ironing mat, you can use that so it doesn't stick. Then just get a tea towel, dampen it off, wring it out, put it on top and press it and count to 15. It then, amazingly, sticks perfectly in place. Actually, I find 10's fine. 10, actually. Sometimes I get away with 9. I have experimented it because I'm always in a hurry. But do follow the instructions. And when you get theirs, it's printed on the selvage. So 15 seconds in a damp cloth. $4.99, save yourself £1. It's brilliant. Now, we do sell this as metre pre-cut pieces. But the benefit of getting like this is that you can get the larger piece because you can get as much as you want. So whereas our pre-cuts are 1 metre, obviously if you want to buy yourself 5 metres, put 10 units in your basket, you're going to save yourself £10, which is a bargain. And loads of you are multi-buying. I think everyone who's checked out today is multi-bought, and I don't blame you. But obviously it does mean that the stock will diminish quicker because we've got a good stock but this is the day to get the bargain. Save yourself £1 for every half metre that you buy. And it is invaluable, whether you're just making a little makeup bag or a coin purse, whether you're doing a cushion front. If you can't be bothered with all that tacking and layering, the great thing about it as well is that if you're like quilting with it, you don't have to put a backing on it when you quilt. It will go under your machine. Obviously, it's best to line it. You don't really want the wadding on the inside of your bag. But on a cushion cover, if you wanted to do that, then you don't need to put the backing on it. With some waddings that beard a bit, which fluff off, you have to put like muslin or a thin cloth. But with this, so say you want to do a makeup bag, quilt the outside of it and then line it, it's brilliant. But just make sure that you follow the instructions. So this is what you will get for your half a metre. I think is it 90 centimetres? I think yes, 90s. It comes as a 90 centimetre width, and then obviously it is cut to order, which is brilliant. So if you're doing a wall hanging, or if you want to use it for something bigger, get yourself some batting tape, and then you just butt up the 2 pieces and you press that on. Then you can join it together. But mainly, there's a review, really good for bag making. It's brilliant. I use it for all of my bags because you can just press it on. It's nice and stable, particularly if you're new to quilting and you don't want to do all the layering, and then you just stitch it into place. Absolutely brilliant. Linda says, I love this fusible fleece. It's great for bags and placemats. Dan, can you just pass me the beach up bag that's in top of that bag over there? I'm just going to show you. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to show you, because this is something we're doing in 10 o'clock. So this is a beach hut bag, and I've used the H640 in there. So you can see what I've done is I've pressed it on the wrong side. I've then just quilted, and quilted, all that means is set your sewing machine to like a number 3 stitch length and sew along it through the outer, through the wadding. You can then line it like I've done here, so you don't see any of that quilting. And it just means not only does it give your bag a bit more structure, but by quilting along the lines, it adds detail and dimension. And you can get all of these extra pieces in. You could use matching thread. And if you've got this, rather than doing all that layering, it's just so much quicker, isn't it? And there's enough in a half a metre to do something like a tote bag. You can do, look, the back, there's enough to do the back and the front. So it's well worth it for saving, because it will just give, if I hadn't put the H640 in here, it would be more flexible. It just gives it a little bit of structure. And you could even use it in, oh, my ears keep going today. Don't know what's going on. No, my ears keep falling out. You could even use it for little makeup bags. I've used it in the beach huts because by the wadding gives it bulk, but also by quilting it, you get definition as well. It's wonderful. Sue says, are the beach huts on today? Yes, they're on at 10 o'clock. They're all already available on pre-order, and the little, it's driving me mad today. The panel, you make all 3 of them. And they come with mini bunting, obviously, because everybody needs mini bunting to put across them. Yes, they're on today at 10 o'clock. I'm pretty sure you need half a metre. Yeah, it can't be more than that. Yeah, half a metre. Right, we will come back to this because we've got lots of you who want it. Morning, Rebecca. This fleece elevates the look of anything it's used on. I like to use it in any bag. Carol, you're absolutely right. It really does. It and if you've never used it before, just get yourself a 1/2 metre. It doesn't take long. I mean, with this one, I've obviously quilted around lots of things. You could quilt around less things. Even just putting the fleece in just gives it a bit more structure. And because it's iron-on, that's why it's fusible fleece. It's the same as wadding. But we call it H640 because that's just it's made by Liesl, so you know it's a quality brand. And their code number for it is H640. So in case you think, why do they always call it H640? It's one of those things we talk about and then don't always explain. To put my bag up. Anyway, £4.99. Save yourself £1, and I would multi-buy because it will be sent. I usually get myself 5 metres, then I've always got a bit. And even if it's just for a small thing, it does make, as Carol says, it elevates. Elevates. Right, let's elevate your day on the summer solstice day, and I'll let you know what's coming up on today's show. Now, 8 o'clock, we're going to start off with Art Gallery Fabrics. I absolutely love Art Gallery Fabrics. They do all sorts of fabric. They specialise in quilting weight fabrics. They do others as well, but we've got the quilting weight. The quality of Art Gallery Fabrics is amazing. It's quilting weight, but it's soft and beautiful. It's something we used to use all the time when I worked on the sewing magazine, and I love it. So it's really nice to see that we're stocking it. We've got bundles that we're reducing. We've got fabrics by the 1/2 metre, and we've got 4 different collections. If you've never seen Art Gallery before, you are going to love this. The cream on cream that we've got, I'm going to start with it, is divine. Absolutely divine. It's that low volume, beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. If you know, you know. And I'll be going through it all. But Art Gallery, if you've not seen it, you're in for a treat. I absolutely love. It's an American brand of fabric. It is top quality and glorious. I'm really pleased to be showing you that. Then at 9 o'clock, we've got the lovely Amber Elizabeth in, our competition winner. Search for a Star. I did Amber's show test reel on the audition, and I haven't seen her since. It's really nice to be working with her today. She's going to be starting off at 9 o'clock by showing you how to make the Maison Fauve Hespéride Blouse, which is what I am modelling here. Please look, I've got my shades on because it's first day of summer. This is me in the Hespéride blouse. I did a little twirl so that you could see the back of it and a bow because I didn't think he'd show the bow, to be fair. There's a very nice bow on the back of it, that's why I did the little twirl. It's the Hespéride blouse. We've got the fabric that it's made in, the one that I'm wearing now. We have got that in stock, as well as many other fabrics too. So that's lovely. Amber's a fantastic dressmaker, a brilliant demonstrator. So definitely be here for 9 o'clock. You are going to learn loads. And then you can get the pattern and make your own blouse. Oh, a question. So, yes, the next hour, 10 o'clock, it's my Celebrate the Summer Solstice day. Morning, Rebecca. How many panels have you used for the lovely quilt behind you, Julie? Well, what I've used, there's a feature panel, which are 18-inch squares. I've used 2 of those because you get 3. And then there are charm squares panels, and I've used 80 charm squares, so you need 2 of those. So 2 feature panels, 2 charm squares, and you use all of it. And then I used a little bit of red fabric to put around the edge. And at some point when I've got a bit of time, I'm going to put some wadding on the back of it and some waterproof backing, and that's my new picnic blanket. Although it would look nice on a bed, I think, wouldn't it? It's kind of posh holiday cottage, isn't it? But wouldn't it look lovely on your bed? But you see, I did it really simply so that you can, if you want to make it bigger, you just buy more feature panels. But 2 feature panels, 2 charm square panels, and there you go. Cut it all up, sew it together. Right, 10 o'clock, it is the beat. So Amy and I wanted to do this for a long time. After we did the Christmas Village, a lot of you even messaged in and said, could you do beach huts? Oh, and Amy's excelled herself. The detail on them, look at all the little bits on them. And when you look inside, I'll show you on the panel later, There's loads of There's loads of details inside. There's like a chest of drawers and surfboards, and there's even a little rug on the floor. And then you can put a little tea light inside. So you imagine like in the house or outside in the summer. You know, when you've got your friends over, you put your little tea light on, you pop it in the window. You can cut the doors out if you want, but I decided not to with mine. And then it will all light up. Do not put real tea lights in, you'll set fire to your beach huts. But the detail in them is gorgeous. And then on the panel, you get all the little flags to make the mini bunting, which you then sew between them. I haven't sewn them on, otherwise it'd be harder for me to show you individually. But how cute is that? So the kit for it, we've got the panel, the instructions, and as always, there's a full video tutorial. So there's that. And then we've got beach hut bunting, over 3 metres. Look how cute that is. That's your beach hut bunting. I made mine in 2 bits because you've got to have beach hut bunting, haven't you? Brilliant for summer parties. And then obviously the feature panels as well. So that's 10 o'clock. That's already available on pre-order, so do get ahead with that. I also put together a complimentary fabric bundle because Amy used such brilliant colours for the beach huts. They're really bright and fun. So I chose 6 of our Rose and Hubble fabrics that match perfectly. So if you want some just beach hut colours, put that in as well. Bit limited on stock of those. So if you want the beach hut bundle with the discount, go on to pre-order so you can get that. Right, then that'll be the summer. And then 11 o'clock, Amber will be back with us with a lovely shirt dress, which is ideal for the summer as well. Although, actually, to be honest, summer wedding, what does it? Oh, Janet says, morning, Amber, I'm just watching before my niece's wedding on this summer solstice in a castle in Scotland. Oh, now I went to Inverness one year to do the summer solstice because the sun rises even earlier. Sadly, it was raining. So I just had to guess that the sun had come up. But I was there. I knew it was it was in Inverness on the summer. It doesn't really get dark. It sort of goes dusk and then dawn. And it was raining. But Scotland, in a castle, summer solstice, wonderful. Hope you've got a red robe as a druid. I wish I was a druid today. Be nice, wouldn't it? Anyway, just need a red robe. I haven't got one of those. Yes, maybe you can make a dress. Anyway, so that shirt is a gorgeous shirt dress. It comes with lots of options. Amber was saying earlier, it's really adaptable as well. It would make, you could make a long sleeve version, like for the winter in a baby cord. You could hack it and make it into a blouse instead or a tunic. It's gorgeous, and we've got a whole host of fabrics to go with it. But again, do stay around to watch Amber demonstrate that. You will learn loads. She's a fantastic dressmaker and really good teacher as well. That's going to be fab. And then at 12 o'clock, to continue my celebration of the summer solstice, I've pulled together some Amber Mates kits that are all summery based. So to celebrate summer, because we love it, don't we? Get your suntan lotion out. But stay indoors today to celebrate summer with me, and then you can go outside and play after that. But you don't want to be outside all day, you get too hot anyway. Oof. Pull the curtains, open the windows, or is it the other way around? Right, anyway, let's get on to our art gallery fabrics because I absolutely love these. As I said, before I worked here, I used to work for Simply Sewing magazine as their technical editor, and it was my job, lucky me, to make up a load of the projects for the magazines, and quite often we would use the art gallery fabric, and I absolutely love it. It's beautiful quality. It's quilting weight, but it has a real softness to it. It presses and sews beautifully. Now, this is the Mineral Fusion Mega Bundle. 3 meters in it, and you're going to get half a metre for free. So you're going to save £8.99. So these are they. I'm going to show them like this. Now, I love these neutrals fabrics. They are brilliant on their own to just use. They are brilliant for mixing with others. They're a shade of sort of, I would say, like a pale, they've got a beigey tone to them. So they're like a very pale natural linen, all of the different colours of them. Beautiful. So, I know, so the thing is, for a lot of people, they might think, oh, beige, that's a bit boring, isn't it? But they're not. They're just so excited. There's so many they can do them. Now, Art Gallery, they are such a great brand that when they bring out every fabric collection, they create a lookbook, which is a online thing. You can find it on their website. And they show you pictures of things that you can do with the fabric, which I think is great because it's the inspiration we need. Now, this is the lookbook for Mineral Fusion. So if you flick, you can go onto their website and see it. They always have a very nice selvage as well. So they go through all the fabrics, they explain why they've designed them, then they have little pictures of all of them, and then they show you, look at this, things you can do with them. A lot of these have free patterns. So when you go on their website, click on that, it'll take you through to the pattern. If it's not a free pattern, it'll take you through to the link of where you can buy it. So if you want to make that beautiful quilt, and I love a neutrals quilt, it's gorgeous, isn't it? So look, there you go, there's another quilt. And you can see on them whether it's got the free pattern or not, but it's just to give you ideas. So if you love these neutrals fabrics, you think, I don't know what to do with them, have a look on their lookbooks. Because that's beautiful, isn't it? There is such... You can't buy the fabrics through the website. They're just a wholesaler. But look at that one. They've got a tutorial for how to make that little block. I think it's brilliant because it's, they obviously sell wholesale and they sell via retailers. So you don't buy from there. But it's a way of you being able to see of what you can do with these fabrics. Oh, I like that. That's very nice. And also different levels. So you've got like little coasters, free pattern for some coasters. You've got the quilt patterns. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that is lovely, isn't it? Gorgeous. But it just gives you ideas, doesn't it? That's nice. Oh, I like the little wool basket. Coin purse. Oh, lovely. Now they've got a bit of H640 on there, haven't they? So little things as well. And then, because they obviously use them for dressmaking, they go, look, wrap dress. And even on that one, click here to watch the tutorial. Oh, they're so cute. So some of them, obviously, you need to buy the pattern. But what I quite like is often on these things, you think, well, I'm quite happy to buy the pattern, but where do I find it? So that just gives you some inspiration. So these are the fabrics, $44.95. Now you can see all the beautiful... Now look, I always keep the selvages of these because they are really nice. Now, this is the most affordable way to buy it. So now you've seen all the things you can make with it. Coin purses, bags, whole quilts, dresses, all sorts. But what a beautiful thing. They are beautiful as well. I don't know why I keep losing my ears. They beautiful to mix in with other fabrics. They work well with navies. They look lovely with reds when you want that red neutral look. Really good monochrome if you use blacks and greys. You can see in that collection they use some darker ones as well. So the actual fabrics, this one's a good one because it's got a diagonal stripe. You don't often see a diagonal stripe, and this is great when you bind something. If you wanted a diagonal stripe, you'd have to cut it on the bias. But because this is already cut like that, well, printed like that, so if you're doing something like just making napkins, then you're not stressing about that. You get that nice diagonal look. There we go. So you've got that lovely diagonal one. Love this one. But it is so clean and clear, isn't it? I mean, honestly, if you get these, just go onto Art Gallery Fabrics website. If you put into their search Mineral Fusion, that comes up with it, and there is where you will find the link to that lookbook. But not now, because you're obviously watching me. Do that in the break. You'll have 4 minutes in the break to do that. Right, half of the stock of this has gone. We only have over 10 of these bundles left. You are saving $8.99. You know, whether you just want to make a cushion, whether you want to make a block, whether you want to buy more than one of these, because actually on that website as well, it will show you, once you've got the pattern, the fabric requirements. I mean, this is a lovely one, isn't it? Just with that tiny little... It's not a dot either, they're just little crosses. That's gorgeous, isn't it? So with the discount, that comes in at $7.49 at a half a metre. I mean, this is top level designer fabric, all of the Art Gallery fabric. I use it a lot for, their plains. beautiful, absolutely beautiful. They do loads of them. They do like every shade in very, very slow graduations of it. So I often pick it for art gallery when I'm making quilts because it is special, really special fabric, and it presses beautifully. And, you know, what would be lovely, did you see on that when they made the quilts, is to make log cabin in this. So you've just got very graduated tones. Be beautiful. So if you bought a couple of these, you could make quite a big thing because you've got 3 meters here, 6 meters of fabric. You're making a quilt, aren't you? And with that really graduated tone, it's beautiful. You know, and even if you just think, well, I'm going to use them to line something, but get some inspiration, get some free patterns. Right, we've got 5 left. Right, we'll do them by the ½ metre. Which one do you want to start with? This one. Right, let's start with this one, because we've only got 1 metre of that one left. There we go. So this one, that's called Fallen Stones. It's available by the ½ metre, so if you want more than a ½ metre, put that number of units in your basket. Yeah, look, yes, it would work well with the Janet Claire fabrics, wouldn't it? That lovely sort of denim-y navy look would be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Or turquoises, I think it would look gorgeous with. So if you want it by the ½ metre, it is cut to order, so if you want more than that. So if you've had to look at any of those patterns and you think, oh, I'll get the bundle, but I need a bit of extra of that one. Right, we've only got 1 metre of that one left. Which one do you want to do next, Hannah? Right, should we do this lovely diagonal one? You see what I mean? A lot of people have been using, I mean, obviously, if you want to cut it on the bias and have it straight, it's easy because the line's already printed. But it's so nice when you're cutting, even just squares with it, you will get that nice diagonal stripe. It looks lovely in pinwheels. And if you look at it, it's not like a definite stripe. It's almost like drawn watercolour paints because it's slightly blended, isn't it? Gorgeous. Yeah, it would look lovely with the French generals, with the creams. It would look lovely with with those French generals. It would look gorgeous. It'd look lovely with the blues and the red. So this is the kind of colour that the French general use in their linen-y creams. But, they would look lovely with the French generals. And, it would go with loads of things, wouldn't there? I mean, you might have those in your stuff. Those navies or the kind of denim chambray type of blues. Remember, if you want to multi-buy on this, this would be brilliant for binding a quilt. Wouldn't it? Because you do straight binding, it would look lovely. And also, it's beautiful for dressmaking. And because of it is quilting weight, but it does have a nice soft drape to it. So it's lovely for shirt making, dressmaking. A blouse in that would be beautiful because it's got that diagonal stripe. It'll look like it's cut on the bias, only it's not. A very, very useful fabric to have in your stash. I mean, if you want to make a set of napkins, this is ideal, isn't it? Because you could buy a few of them from this. Right, so that's the stripy one. I love this one. This one they do quite a lot. I've seen this one before. The mega bundle is about to sell out. This one is called Meandering Mineral. That's nice, isn't it? I do see these. I've made notebook covers before where I've sewn all the selvages. Gorgeous. Yeah, so the next collection I'm going to show you is inspired by Shashko, but this looks a bit like lines of running stitch, doesn't it? So you can see it sort of goes in waves. Gorgeous. You could even embroider on top of this because it's got the lines already printed on it. It would look lovely if you just worked some of the waves. How beautiful would that be? And you get this neutral palette in a lot of traditional Japanese quilts, don't you? Only $8.99 for ½ metre. And obviously then you can multi-buy this one. Again, all of these fabrics by the ½ metre like this, they are all limited. And the bundle is now sold out. So the only way you can get these is by the ½ metre. Right, Fallen Stones is sold out, so we won't be able to recreate that one. Shall we do this one? So this one is a little bit darker. but obviously they all work together. It's lovely, this one. It is a bit Tim Holtzy, isn't it? Expressions mineral. That's lovely, isn't it? But, you know, I'm thinking baby quilts. If you want to do baby quilts, this is ideal. Mix it with a bit of sage green if you're not sure on the gender, or if you want it to be gender neutral. But this is lovely, isn't it? All the mums, all the modern mums, they love this neutral stuff, don't they? New homes as well. Maybe you want that natural look. It's got that kind of sort of natural feel to it, doesn't it, of natural textiles. It just gives you a really nice look. Because I love art gallery. They're kind of modern, but without being too like ultra modern. But just they're up to date, I'd say, rather than modern. I love that one. I've got, obviously, all of these will pair well. Now, if you're thinking, yeah, I just want to get a couple, and I can't remember. If you go onto the website, sewingstreet.com, and click on Watch Live, if you scroll down from there, you'll see little pictures of all of these. So if you're thinking, oh, well, I can't remember which one, if I only want to buy two, then go on there and you can see the little pictures of them. Right, now, let's do the stripy one. This is lovely again, because it's not just a stripe, it's actually little diamonds, pairs of diamonds in rows. So you're getting a really nice look to this one, and the colours change very slightly. Doesn't it work beautifully with the diagonal stripe? See, I'm imagining it, if you cut this into like 6-inch squares and put it with that stripe. So you've got that stripe going that way, you've got that one going that way, you could then turn it round, so you've got it going that way. So by 2.5 metres, that's still a really modern feel to it. Remember, it's brilliant for dressmaking as well, because it flows beautifully. In fact, this blouse would be nice in it, wouldn't it? Would look beautiful. It would give you, you know, that kind of toast, not the bread toast, but that shop toast, posh, classy. I really like this one because I love the colour of it. It is like your sort of really pale, your pale linen look. And then these from a distance look like spots, but they're little crosses in beige. And it is, I mean, the collection is called Hand Stitched Mineral because it does, they've all got that kind of hand-stitched feel to them, haven't they? I love that one. Again, I mean, well, it's hard to say which one. They all go together, don't they? Have a look at the lookbook, honestly. If you go through there and you want to buy a couple of 1/2 metres, just to give you some ideas, because obviously we flick through it quite quickly. Beautiful. Right, that's the mineral collection. I'll leave that with you. We've got less than 10 metres of, that's the most that we've got of anything. So, right, let's do the next collection. Now, hopefully, I've inspired you with my great love of art gallery. Bit more colour, but we're going charcoal. Right, so this is the charcoal collection. Well, it's called Ink Perfect, actually. Now, this is a bundle as well, £8.99 for 1/2 metre, but you're going to save more than 1/2 metre. You're going to save £12. Oh, I love that one. Now, this one is all inspired by Shashko and Shibori. Look at that, that's gorgeous, isn't it? I'm going to show you them all so you can get the bundle. There you go, there's your Shibori look. So it's their Ink Perfect collection, but they're all greys and whites and blacks. Look how crisp that one is. This is the border fabric, which I saw in the lookbook and didn't know we had. Look at that. Right, so the price for this is £104.87 for 6.5 metres. Oh, that's your Shibori look, isn't it? I will go through them all individually, but if you love these charcoals, charcoal and white, the monochrome look, this is perfect. Because look at this one. I love that. And then that gorgeous Shashko-inspired one is also in the black. And then you've got the Shashko traditional pattern in grey and in charcoal. And then you've got the shibori. So let's indulge ourselves and have a look at the lookbook. Let's see what Art Gallery have done with these fabrics. So this is obviously on their website, and this is what you'll do when you'll click on it. It'll tell you what, oh, it's the carbon edition of Ink Perfect, inspired by ancestral woven fabrics. So quilting cotton. So they do a linen blend fabric in that. We've just got the quilting weight cotton. So this is all the. So there's all the fabrics. You can see we've got all of them. Right, what can we make? They look nice. Oh, nice quilt. Click here to download the pattern. Is that free then? Don't know. That's free pattern. Free pattern. See, and if you go on that, it'll tell you how much fabric you need. There might be enough in this bundle. Click. Free. Honestly, when I discovered the Art Gallery website, laughing. You get so many great ideas from it. Look at that wall hanging. That is a stunning. That is also a free pattern. I mean, that's a piece of art. That would cost you hundreds, wouldn't it? Hundreds and hundreds. But you can just make it yourself. Another free pattern. That's beautiful. Again, I'm thinking, baby, that's nice, isn't it? Now, you see that fabric there, the binding. We've got that. That's in the bundle. Both Hannah and I looked at that and went, why haven't we got that one then? We like that one. And we have got that one. Another free pattern. That's lovely, isn't it? Oh, that's very modern. Cool. But aren't they nice? See, but they could be pictures. In fact, I think they were hanging above the bed in the original photo. Improv block tutorial. So look, they're using all the fabrics that we've got here. Look, it shows you exactly how to make it. Honestly, their resources are brilliant. We've got that one. See, look at the pictures. I think that's amazing, isn't it? And then look, nice floor cushion. That's lovely. Dog. Nice dog. I think you just make the cushion. Special dog cushion pillow. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Napkins, lovely. So they've got a tutorial for the napkins, and then they've got a free pattern to make that table runner. And all the fabrics in that table runner we've got here. Free pattern. That's lovely. Oh, they're so cute. Little purses. Ideal tutorial for the coin purses. Oh, that's nice. But that one, see, that patchwork duffel bag you can make with this bundle. And obviously you've got to go and buy that pattern, but it's nice that they show it to you, isn't it? But actually, you might already have a pattern or similar to that, and it gives you an idea. That, again, nice backpack. And quite often we see these pictures, where do you buy the pattern? Well, they either offer them for free or they send you the link so that you can buy it. Or you might have a book that's got a pattern similar to that. And you sort of think, oh, I didn't realise, because we all need to see it made in these things, don't we? This could be your new great love like it is mine. Obviously, you can do dressmaking with it as well. And with that one, look, if you like the dress, you can buy the pattern. Oh, that is nice. Oh, I like those. That's cool, isn't it? Oh, that is lovely. And that's with quilting cotton as well. That's a very cool dress. So they obviously, when you go through their collections, you'll find in their fabric collections, most of what they do is quilting weight cotton. They'll then put a couple of random canvases, linen blends, sometimes a bit of brush cotton, needle cord, but you'll see that on the end. We have sold the brush cottons in the past. So now you've seen all of the things you can do with it and the free patterns that you can buy. This whole bundle, £104.87. Save yourself £12. I mean, it is beautiful. If I put it in order, because I think sometimes it's nice to see it as it graduates. Well, like that sounds like it's got a degree. As it graduates in tone. It's now graduating in tone. If you love the dressmaking patterns, we will, and you want more, we will be doing them by the half meters. Hi, please, could you say the website address again? I only just came in, love the show from Jane. Yes, it's Art Gallery Fabrics. I think the website is artgalleryfabrics.com or agf.com. Is it? Well, Hannah, what's the website? Is it agf.com? If you write art gallery fabrics, it'll be the first thing that comes up. And then what you need to do is you go into their search, because they've got all the fabrics. So if you put in their Ink Perfect charcoal, you can't buy from them, but they have all the fabrics there. If you put into their search Ink Perfect, and there you'll see the lookbooks. If you want to see all their lookbooks, they have a whole section. So look at it graduated in tone. That quilt. I mean, I love that wall hanging. That's really cool. You know, if you've got somebody moving to a new house and they love these kind of modern charcoal and white, it's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Now, we have got all of the fabrics available by the ½ metre as well. So I'll go through those and show you, so you can see them. So you might think, well, I'm going to get the bundle, but if there's any you want extras of, or if you want to do dressmaking with them. But they're beautiful. I love the way it's got that hand-stitched look. They've mixed a bit of Shashko print, a bit of shibori print, and then put it into this lovely bundle. And it's really nice that it's actually printed, because not everyone likes using the dyed fabrics. It's nice that they've printed it in actually looks like that. Gorgeous as well. Really nice for some of these, lovely for hand embroidering on top. So should we go through them? I'm going to start at the end of my spectrum. Oh, no, we'll start with the binding one because that was mine and Hannah's favourite. We complained it wasn't there. Now, it's called the binding, not because there's anything different about it, but because it's often used for binding because of the width of the stripes. So you've got the little crosses, you've got the Shashko print. So if you use this as straight binding on a quilt, so it's, yeah, I guess if you, it depends, because these look like they're 1 inch wide, don't they? So it depends where you cut it. So you could cut them at 1 inch, or if you were doing double fold binding, you could choose whether you had, well, if you used it as double fold, you'd press it along there. So on one side of the quilt, you could have black, and the other side, then you'd have white. Or you could cut it through the centre, and then you would have it like this. Obviously, you can use it as a regular fabric, but I think that's why they call it the binding, because you could use it for that. You could also, if you wanted to, you could cut it the other way, and then your binding, so if you wanted to, if you cut it the other way, then your binding would look like this. And I like binding used like that. See? Because you get that little stripe. But obviously, if you use it this way, then you'll have, and it's nice because it's got the lines. You could have dark on one side and light on the other. That's lovely. So that's available by the ½ metre, £8.99. I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? But actually, it's lovely. It would be nice for dressmaking because you've got that real black and white stripe, but it's got a lot of interest in it as well. Gorgeous. So do check out on that one. And remember, if you want more than a ½ metre, we've got the bolts in the warehouse. When your order goes through, they'll take the bolt off the shelf, cut it to orders. If you want 2 metres, put 4 in your basket, and it'll be sent to you. And you won't get it in ½ metre bits. Nice selvage, isn't it? It's called Binding Edition. So I bet they've got a tutorial on that site for using it. Because they do it in lots of their collections, because obviously very popular because it is made to the specific width. I've never seen that before. That's why we were like, why haven't we got that? And didn't realise we did. Clearly weren't looking. Anyway, right, I'm going to start at one end of my spectrum. So this is your Shashko print, and this is the darkest one. But look at that. Can you see you've got all of the different Shashko elements, the little crosses and the running stitch and the lines. You could embroider on top of that. Imagine doing that in like rainbow threads. How cool that would be. But that looks like you've stitched it yourself. Or you could even do white running stitch on top. So it does look like you've stitched it. It will look like you stitched it yourself. So that's that one. I'm going to need to go through them reasonably quickly. So we go through them. This is a shibori print. So it's got that tie-dye look to it. Yeah, that for dressmaking is beautiful, isn't it? It's very classy. Nice blouse. That's lovely. Yeah, it would be. I mean, you could wear that to work. You could wear that out in the evening. Just a simple blouse. In fact, I'm going, you know, it's always nice when you've got a nice blouse pattern. Look good in this, wouldn't it? This blouse is coming up in the next hour. if you want to make it. We've got the pattern. Then the next one, again, this is your Shashko print. That's lovely, isn't it? Like that one. But, you know, I think little, either gift bags, drawstring gift bags, or little makeup purses would be nice in that. But on that lookbook, you know, they had those like little round drawstring pouch things. That'd be nice in that one, wouldn't it? That would be nice in binding. But you could pop, you see, you could pop that one. It comes in a lighter grey as well. Those little drawstring pouches, if you had the dark and the light, that would be nice, wouldn't it? So that's the dark one. Then we've got the big tie-dye print. I feel like I want to make a pair of trousers from this. Be nice dungarees, wouldn't it? But again, nice for dressmaking. Just a really nice, loose kimono type robe would be lovely in that. But if you're going to get it, do buy it. If you're thinking about dressmaking, buy one of the others, either a lighter or darker, as a sort of a complementary binding to it. So if you were buying this one, that would be nice if you had just like a little pocket, or you wanted to put a bound edge on it, or a cuff, or if you were making like a little bag, put that as the top section. So pick up one of the other darks or the lights to go with it. If there's one that you love, I think because the collection has been designed so that the colours and the prints go together, it's ideal. This is a nice print, isn't it? So this is linear in storm. It looks like rain, doesn't it? Heavy rain, but it's a lovely texture to it. Gorgeous. But you could just use bits of it. You could pick up, you could, if you were doing one of their patchwork square things, like that big square cushion, you get different colours. But it's real texture to it, isn't it? For a flat fabric, you've got a lot of texture. They'd be nice for borders. If you were putting a big border on something, that would be ideal. That's that Shashko print in the lighter grey, which obviously goes beautifully with the darker grey. Remember, there are pictures of all of these on the website if you want to see them again, or if you want the whole lot because you can't decide, they are in the bundle. I'll go through that when I've finished all of these. This is the floor, well, it's leaves. That's nice, isn't it? Because that floral, I mean, I love mixing. Oh, that one's about to, yeah, that's got half a metre left. I like to mix florals and stripes and spots, so it's nice that they've put that one in. You've got that storm again, but in the light. Look at the texture in that. It is like sound waves, isn't it? But, you know, instead of using a plain white or a plain grey, pick up something like this because you've got the stripes in it. You could cut stripes that way or cut it down this way. You know, if you're not a floral quilter, you're more of a geometric and you want the structure, that's a great fabric to have. Because there's a lot of things you can use with it. I mean, if you just get half metre, you are going to use these for all sorts of things. I always used to like get the fat quarter bundles left over from work. I've got a lot of these art gallery ones, got lots of them. And I use them for loads of things. They're brilliant for applique. I use them a lot for lining things. When I want something that's not pretty and girly and floral and I just want some solid geometric, I think that's beautiful. And they are beautiful mixed in with florals as well. Because floral, spot, stripe, geometric, it all goes together. This is a lovely one. This is bold, isn't it? Beautifully. Oh, yeah, Hannah's on a bucket hat with that one. That would be a very nice bucket hat, wouldn't it? With a bit of contrast stitching. Maybe orange. Lovely. That would be lovely. Maybe I'll make myself a new bucket hat. Can you ever have too many bucket hats? I've got quite a few of them, let's be honest. Right, this one, I love this one. Look, how gorgeous is that? And you know, how nice would this be for quilting? Because it's got the lines on it already. I mean, for quilting, get yourself a bit of H640, quilt along the lines. You could either use a grey thread or white thread or go pink, orange, turquoise. Absolutely gorgeous, that one. There are only, there's only 5 metres of that one left though. I think that one is a winner. And then we've got that all over Shashko print of. It is a bit Alison glass, actually, isn't it? But it's lovely. I just feel I need to show you with the black one. A little needle case or sewing machine cover would be brilliant for this. Or if you've ever fancied a sewing apron, perfect, wouldn't it? But you see, look, don't they look nice together? Quilted jacket or quilted jacket lining. Yeah, absolutely. And then they've got this gorgeous, I love the last one, which is their sort of blender, is lovely because it's got tiny little crosses in all the shades of the pale grey up to the black. Absolutely super useful. Mega bundle for all of those of you who can't decide and just want it all. And save some money as well. Here's the mega bundle, £104.87. We're on single figures of that one, and we can't recreate this. Once it's gone, it's gone. You are saving £12. Some of the fabrics in this have sold out by the half metre, so we can't make it again. It's in single figures, and when it's gone, it's gone. But that is a fantastic collection. Get yourself a free pattern off their website and make something lovely. I was going to say today, but you've obviously got to wait for it to arrive in the next few days. Get planning. Get all your cutting labels printed out and ready, because you know how much fabric you get in. Half a metre of all of those. 6.5 metres in total. There's your monochrome quilt. Oh, sorted. I know I was almost stealed that one. Almost stole that one. Single figures of that one, so do get checkout. It should be £116. Oh, it's on split pay as well, two-way split pay. So if you want to spread the cost without paying any interest, 2 equal payments of £52.43, I'd get that one on interest-free, no arrangement fee. Get the whole bundle, spread it over 2 months, get yourself a free pattern. Job's done, isn't it? If you've got any questions, just message me in. But go onto the Art Gallery website. Right. I've got another collection. Tumbleweed, is that the ready one? Now, we don't have everything from this collection. So we haven't got everything for this collection, but we have got some. So let me show you the lookbook. We've started it a few pages in because we're running out of time. Look at this. Look at that. So you can see that's a free pattern. That is absolutely gorgeous. But you can see how those colours work beautifully, don't they? Oh, that is a stunner. Oh, that's nice as well. That's very lovely, isn't it? You might have patterns that are similar to these already. Look at that. If you've got them in a book and you think, oh, I've seen something like that, I've already got that, or get the pattern off here for free. That's lovely, isn't it? So we haven't got all of them, but we've got some of them. We've got a few for the colourways. Nice blocks as well. I like that they've just done that one as a runner. That's nice, isn't it? Oh, cushions on the bed. That is lovely. It's a really nice palette, this, isn't it? It's very warm, but it's bright. It feels a bit Mexican, doesn't it? Do you think? Unwind and chill table runner. Oh, it is desert, tumbleweed. Yeah, it's got that. We've got that one. We have that one. Look at that bag. That is gorgeous. We've got that one. Yep. That's a nice one. I like the snakes made by Sharon Holland. Can you get that pattern? Oh, Sharon Holland is the lady who designed the collection. And you can click there and watch the tutorial of making the snakes. I'd like to make those snakes. They're dead cool, aren't they? See, look, but then how nice is that as a little pencil case? So that's the whole fabric collection. See how it works in dressmaking as well. If you've got a horse, works well. Yeah, very nice. I mean, even if you might have a trouser pattern, but looking at these pictures, you can sort of see how we've got that fabric as well. If that's one of them we haven't got that one. Oh, nice bucket hat. Nice bucket hat. There we go. So these are all of, this is the collection. So 3 meters, there's 6 fabrics in total. You are getting half a meter for free. So now you can see from all of those pictures how beautifully this collection goes together. So the fabrics are almost a bit like tapestry printed. So you've got that lovely white. That is the one that that sundress was, oh no, this is the one that that beautiful sundress was made in. That was the backpack. That was the sundress. And as a weekend, it'd be a bag, be nice. But isn't that, I'd put that as the lining. So I'd have that one and that one. That's nice. That's so lovely, isn't it? But wouldn't that be nice? Well, it could be the outside or the lining, but it would look beautiful as the lining if you were making that with the bag, wouldn't it? I'll go through them by the half metre in a minute, but it is the bundle. This is the same fabric, but with that teal background. And then we've got that lovely teal, but in a sort of a paisley look. That's the ladies' trousers. We've got all the key ones. So that's the bundle. Save yourself £8.99, £44.95, and you get half a metre for free. That is a lovely fabric collection. And I think what's lovely is that the way they've put them together, they've put these sort of burgundies and teals and creams, and it works really well, doesn't it? So should we have a look at them by the half metre? We'll start with this cream one, because that's one's on top. I mean, and when you get yours home, if you've never used Art Gallery, you'll see what I mean. It's crisp, but it's soft. It's quilting weight cotton, but I think because they use it for home sewing, well, you can see these for patchwork quilting, but dressmaking as well. It's got a really nice drape to it because it's a really soft, and it's so lovely to press and sew with. So £8.99 for half a metre. Desert Rose in Opal. Now we've also got it in the red. Now this is what that backpack was made from, because obviously you get the ideas, don't you, when you see the fabric, but when you see a project made from it, that's where you really see it. But you see how they've almost got like a woven tapestry look to it. I think that's stunning. Oh, and it's multi-directional. I love a multi-directional because it's never the wrong way up. No stress. £8.99 for that one. We're in single figures of that one as well. So if you go on their thing, get the backpack pattern, make that. That's lovely, isn't it? But actually, you've probably got a pattern. We've all got loads of patterns. Maybe you've got a pattern for a little bag or a little rucksack, and you think, you've been waiting for the perfect fabric. This could be it. Treat yourself a bit of Art Gallery. And it'll be one of those fabrics then you think, oh, yes, I'm looking out for that brand. This is the sundress. That sort of strappy sundress. That's a lovely colour. It's like red wine. Virgin Flora. It is like red wine. That's really nice, isn't it? It's warm. It gives that kind of real, that's why it's good for the summer solstice celebration day. It's got a real warm, hot summer feel to it. So it's going to be good autumn, winter, but it's a warm fabric. Then this one is a lovely matching one that would go with any of these. I mean, it's beautiful on its own, but if you want to splash out on a beautiful lining, this is the one to get, because isn't it lovely with this and with this? Well, it's like nice with all of them. But you know, when you want, particularly if you're making a bag and you want to have a lining that blends beautifully with it, that is a gorgeous fabric. They're very clever, Art Gallery. Same fabric, but with that teal. Again, remember, these are by the half metre, so this is where you can multi-buy. The colourway on that is really unusual, but actually, doesn't it look nice with that one? So that's the code for this one. Great Plains, Big Sky. Gorgeous. And then the final one is this lovely, that's the one that those trousers were made in. Nice for pyjamas as well, because it's really soft. Yes, so Tash, who I was on with the other day, last Saturday with her, who gave me that blouse, lovely. Her trouser pattern would look amazing in any of these, actually, wouldn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. It always sells out when we've got it. But it would though, wouldn't it? There we go. So that's the mega bundle. That's where you get everything. 3 meters of fabric, half a meter for free. only $44.95. If you've never used Art Gallery, honestly, you are going to love it. Let me know what you think about it. Right, just before we go, I'm just going to do the charcoal mega bundle because it is about to sell out. So we've got more in baskets than we've got available when we are on single figures. So if you've got it in your basket and you want it, then please do get that checked out, because we've got more of you've got that in baskets than we've actually got left in stock. It's only £104.87. You are saving £12. Treat yourself to a bit of charcoal. And then in the break, you can now go and have a look at their website so you can get the pattern. Just gives the inspiration, isn't it? It's just seeing pictures, you sort of something like clicks, and you think, oh, yes, that's a good idea. Anyway, do check out those. We're going to go for a quick break. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time with Amber, and she's going to show you how to make this gorgeous blouse. It's lovely, isn't it? Beautiful. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here. You've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
And welcome back to part 2 of the Summer Solstice show. If you weren't here with me at 8 o'clock, it's happy summer solstice to everyone. Today it's first day of summer. Do you love my blouse? It's gorgeous, isn't it? This is not something I made. This is something the lovely Amber Elizabeth made, and it's a pattern that we're going to be showing today. It's called the Hespéride Blouse. Would you like to see the video that Bruce took of me this morning where I look ridiculous? But, you know, I don't think I'll be winning any awards as next top model. I'll put my sunglasses on, just, you know, celebrate. What do I look like? Yeah, look. Do you like the back? Do you like the back? It's lovely. That's, honestly, I didn't think he was going to show the bow bit. We just wanted to see the rest of it. But isn't it beautiful? It's got a flared silhouette. I love a flared silhouette. It means you can eat lots. There's room. It's holiday, isn't it? It's beautiful. It's got a lovely raglan sleeve. It's lovely. I've actually went on top of my dress, so just so you know. But look, hasn't it got a nice bow on the back? Because I didn't have any, because it's too hot to wear trousers today, so I didn't. But it'd be nice to put over swimwear. It'd be good, wouldn't it? It can be made from lightweight fabrics. So, like we've got here, really, viscose, crepes, poplins, satins. And we have put those bundles together for you today. So this is the pattern. Now, the pattern is in 34 to a 52-inch chest. So that is a big size range. So 6 to 24. But I would always go by measurements. Don't go by numbers, 6, 8, whatever. Who knows? You might be a 12 in one thing and a 16 in something else. So do go by the measurements instead, because I always think that's best. So this pattern, that's a really nice big size range as well, isn't it? And the bundles of fabric we've got before you get them are for the all the sizes. So whether you're a 34 or a 52-inch bust, you can make the largest size. Alice just said, can we show the video of me again? Do we have to? Oh, I'm not going to be a model again. Maybe I could get some modelling. Maybe I could get some modelling advice. If you've got it, flaunt it. I'm just not sure. And I'm not sure it goes with my olive-coloured dungarees either. Really? But it's a beautiful blouse and it's lovely. It's very nice. It's very versatile as well. Morning, Amber.
Morning.
Morning. As the dressmaking expert, is it a nice blouse to make?
Yes, and I think it's perfect for the weather. Like you said, it's nice and flared,
Yes.
nice and loose, and great for holidays. I mean, the sleeves, you could quite easily hack it if you wanted it shorter and more puffed.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so if you wanted that here.
Yeah, you can definitely shorten it. You can definitely lengthen it if you want to, and it's more like an autumn style. So really, really versatile.
Wow, and it's got some quite nice skills in it as well, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. It's actually got some shoulder pleat details. You can't really see it in the print, but
okay.
you can see it a little bit more in the plain one, which I can
Right.
show you a little bit later.
And you're
on.
going to be demonstrating that yellow. I love that colour.
It's a really, really beautiful shade. Really, really
It's buttercups, isn't it?
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Yes.
Buttercups. I was trying to think what shade of yellow is it. It's light darker than butter. It's buttercups.
Yeah, it's really, really
Beautiful. So there's a lot we'll learn whilst doing it. But
Yes, definitely.
excellent. It's beautiful, isn't it? So there's the pattern, £19.99, sizes 6 to 24, but in real money, 34 to a 52-inch bust. I never trust these sizes. I always look at the measurements. Because every shop you go into is different. They're all different, aren't they? But that's the whole point in dressmaking, isn't it? So it actually fits us. So it's a 34 to a 52-inch bust. Now, all of the fabric bundles that we've got, we've given you enough for the largest size. So there's the size chart so you can see. If you've got any questions about sizes and everything, I can get the booklet out of the pattern and show you. Or you can ask Amber because she's made it, so she knows exactly how it works and how to do it. There's 2 options as well. Julie says, your modelling brings much joy. Do it again. No, I really don't think I want to do it. I don't think I really, really want to do it again. Oh, no, they're going to show it again. I said I'm going to put my sunglasses on because it's the first day of summer, and then I realised it looked slightly odd. Oh, dear. Do you know what? Next time I'm asked to model, I'm actually going to practice first. Oh, dear. Dear. It's a beautiful top. Not sure about the modelling, but thank you for your comments. I hope it brings you as much laughter as it's bringing Hannah. Right, let's start with the fabric bundle of the one I'm wearing. Now, this is a cotton poplin. This is lovely. What was this like to sew with it?
Beautiful.
Because it's crisp.
Yep,
isn't it?
irons perfectly, cuts really, really well. Great if you're like new to sewing or you want
Okay.
to go up a level to maybe like confident beginner.
Right. Is that because it doesn't stretch or because it's
Doesn't
crisp?
stretch, doesn't really fray a lot.
Oh,
It's got
okay.
a really, really good handle.
I mean, it's beautiful because it's got a nice crisp sort of... Actually, this
Feel
isn't
to
the one I'm wearing. I've just realised this is not the one I'm wearing. It's similar. Shall we do... Yes, we do. Yes, sorry. Oh, dear. That is not the one I'm wearing. They're very similar, though. I just suddenly looked at my arms and realised...
There's no blue.
Where's all those colours gone? This is the one I'm wearing. Right. Floral rose. It's lovely because it's got a rose print, a rose plain, and then it's got a slightly darker rose printed on top. And then on top of that, it's got like a monochrome black and white, so it's got layers of print. That's really clever, isn't it? Shall I show you how much you're getting? So you're getting 2.5 metres, and this is enough to make all of the sizes. And if you've got any left over, you'll be able to use it. I mean, it's beautiful, isn't it? Look at all this. That's loads of fabric, 2.5 metres of cotton poplin. And how much is the price? What's the price? $21.99. That's madness. That is amazing. 100% cotton poplin, $21.99. That's fantastic value. Is that quite, what width is that?
I think it's 115 centimetres.
It is, it's not your normal quilting weight, is it?
No.
That's wide. Wow, it's 144 centimetres wide. That's a good width as well, isn't it? Do you know, you could even use this for your quilting, to be honest. I mean, it's lovely for blouse making, but it is cotton poplin. You could use it for quilt making or homewares or bags. That's fantastic. $21.99 for 2.5 metres, 144 centimetres wide. I mean, you're getting absolutely loads. And I've used cotton poplin in quilts, and I've used it in homewares as well. So even if you don't want to buy it for the blouse, that is amazing price. $21.99. Remember, it's wide. Oh, it's rose and hubble as well, so of course it's lovely. It's beautiful. It's the same weight as, you know, the spotty ones that we do. They do, that's the normal width, but I've used that a lot in quilting, the spot ones, buntings and things like that. So it's really good for all those kind of things. But obviously, it's perfect, see, for this blouse. Same thing. There we go. Right, now, similar, but with more colour. So the background is almost the same colour, but if you want it, it's exactly the same. It's cotton poplin. It's your $21.99, 2.5 metres. Now that's beautiful. It's, oh, let me turn it over and see it properly. It's got what I think is wildflowers. Do you think it's wildflowers? They call it blush floor. No, it's got, that's given me wildflower vibes to it. Stylised sort of, or maybe like country garden flowers.
Meadow. Maybe.
Meadow, that's it. It's like a wildflower meadow. Yeah, it has that kind of wild look
really
to
nice,
it,
yeah.
but maybe sort of helped along its way with more plants, wildflower. It's got a few buttercups in there. That is very pretty. So $21.99, that's enough fabric to make the biggest size. You will get it as a whole bundle of 2.5 metres. So it's really lovely, isn't it, when we've picked it for you. So you just get your pattern, get the fabric, boom, done. I mean, look, and it's not got any zips or nothing or anything. I don't suppose it's got anything, has it? Just thread?
Yeah, just as, yeah.
Right, so you don't...
It's only if you do the style with the placket at the front, it would have the buttons, but...
Oh, okay, so there is a style, we'll talk about that in a minute, that you can optionally have a placket at the front with buttons. But other than that, there's no other fixing, so you will just need the fabric and the pattern for this one. We've only ever had this fabric once before and it's sold out. I love the fact it's got that rose background and then it's overlaid with almost a shadow of the flowers that are on top. So you get a bit of a 3D appearance. And remember, it's easy to sew with. This is good for beginners. So it's crisp and it doesn't really fray. $21.99. Right, we've got another cotton poplin. Now this is the same as the one I'm wearing, only a different colour. This is the classy one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, this is very... Oh, this is, yes, very sophisticated, isn't it? Cotton top, linen trousers, lovely. But that's your kind of neutral. That's that toe shop that Hannah loves, isn't it? Sophisticated, that one. But, I mean, obviously, it's brilliant for this blouse because it's exactly what you need. But do remember, with these cotton poplins, you can use them for all sorts, quilting, homewares, everything. So that is an absolute bargain. $21.99. It's 144 centimetres wide, and you're getting 2.5 metres. That's a lovely fabric. It's the colour, I would say, is a latte. Do you think it's a latte?
Yeah, that works.
Very,
very classic.
It's that kind of milky coffee.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, because it is that kind of, it is a sort of a coffee colour, isn't it? I'd go latte. Yeah, it's lighter than a flat white. But yeah, it's a definitely milky coffee. So and you've got that monochrome on top. Oh, they've called it taupe. Oh, that's so boring. Why didn't they think of something more imaginative? Latte. Right, that is all of the cotton poplins. Now, you can also make it in a viscose. So what's the benefit of a viscose, Amber?
It's softer, so it will drape really, really beautifully. So, I mean, the poplin, it stands out a little bit more.
Right.
This will drape. It will just hang.
So it's a natural fabric, isn't it?
It is, yes.
I can't remember what it's made from. It's some kind of plant. Isn't it a plant?
Something like that.
Some plant. What plant is it? Wood pulp. Wood. Okay, so it comes from wood pulp and it's made into textile, so it's still natural. It doesn't stretch, but
It's really nice and lightweight.
it drapes.
You'll keep you nice and cool.
And I guess, does it fray?
It does a little bit, but it's not anything too bad.
No more than cotton then.
No.
Okay. And it breathes. So it's because it's not a synthetic fabric. This is natural. I used to think that viscose was synthetic, and I don't know why. I think because of the name of it.
I think so.
It needs to be branded, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
They should give it some other name. But viscose sounds like not a natural fabric, but it is. Now, we've got this in a variety of colours, but this is the first one. So this is the colour that Amber's going to be demonstrating with you. But honestly, it's the colour of sunshine and buttercups. Look at the price for that. It's a viscose poplin, plain lemon they've called, but it is the colour of buttercups. 2.5 metres, so that is enough for all the sizes, and it's only $18.99. If I throw it, that's a lot of fabric, but can you see the drape of it? It's beautiful, isn't it? So I think when you wear it, oh, that is nice.
Nice soft drape.
Now I feel like I'm going to a toga party. But you do need to sort of put it over your arms and see how it feels. So it's got breathability, it drapes well. I wonder if does it crease much?
It does.
Right.
But I think if you just use a bit of is it best press or?
It's not like linen though.
No, definitely no way near
No.
like linen at all.
So, and because it doesn't stretch, then that's fine. So if you're dressmaking, I know, a lot of people, if you're new to dressmaking, think, oh, jersey stretch. This doesn't stretch. So it has that sort of fluidity of a jersey, but without the stretch. Perfect. It's 145 centimetres wide. There we go. That's what it looks like. I feel like a sunshine. It's lovely. I can make a cake for that. Yeah, it is shining on my face. Do I like butter? You have to put the buttercups under your face. So that's the, what they call lemon. Now, the next one I'm going to show you is this one, because I love this one. This is tea. They called it tea. Oh, duck egg. Oh, I'll go with them on that. Yeah, duck egg or teal. We've only got one bundle left of the duck egg. That is a nice colour. $18.99 for 2.5 metres. Oh, yeah, that is nice. Oh, that's lovely. That one's gone. Now, this one, latte. Beige. You see, I don't know who names these things. They should ask us. We could think of great names for these. I could have hours of fun doing this. That's lovely. I might even call it oat latte because it sounds nice. I think that's an oat latte, isn't it? $18.99, but again, that's your sophisticated colour, isn't it? It's the colour that's going to go with everything. So if you wanted to pop it on with a pair of jeans or black trousers, lovely. $18.99, amazing value for your oat latte. And then we're going to go charcoal or slate.
Slate.
Let's go Welsh slate. Dark grey, honestly. Honestly, I tell you what, we should ask all you lot, because I bet you've got better ideas than ours of dark grey. Actually, I might actually call that beach hut roof. Do you think? This would look lovely in this blouse. It would carry, you could wear this in all seasons.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
And you could really brighten it with different accessories. You could wear earthy things like wooden necklace, look gorgeous. Actually, I think my silver necklace would look quite nice on it. Beach hut roof, that's called. It's not. I'm going to go in later and rename all of these. Well, I would be more likely to buy something if it was called beach hut roof, because I'd know what it means. Why does that come up? Everyone pays $18.99. Oh. Well, of course, everyone pays $18.99 except for some people. I mean, of course, everyone pays $18.99. That's a very strange graphic. Right, and then the last one is Snow White. So this is just white. It's a bright Snow White. For when and actually, I think viscose looks lovely in a white. I've got a really nice viscose white blouse with great big sleeves, and it is lovely with that drape. Anyway, that's all the fabrics. We've obviously got a few buttons and interfacing and things that if you need, we can talk about that. So where do we start with this then?
Okay.
If we'd get it out of the thing, what would you recommend as far as, we'll get onto the sewing in a minute, but the measuring and deciding what size, because I think that's the biggest problem.
So the most important measurement will be your bust measurement.
Right.
So you would compare your measurements with the guide inside.
Okay.
The booklet.
Does it give finished garment?
It does. It does. So this is.
I'll come over and we'll go through the pattern.
Yeah, sure.
Or just have a look through this. So, yes, Amber's standing on a box. Can I just point that out? I am short. I'm not that short. I have shrunk. Okay. So
this is the finished garment measurements here.
Oh, brilliant.
So it is a French pattern, so it comes with both the French and the English. So just be mindful that some of the words here, you'll be like, what is that?
But yeah, it does come with that.
The translation.
Oh, so because it's got the finished size, so just measure something you've got or you.
Yeah, you could. I mean, it is a loose fitting style.
Right.
So you don't have to be exact with this, because if you want it to be oversized, you can go up a size. Or if you want it to be closer
yeah, because I would
fitting-
say this is probably a size smaller than I normally wear, but it fits really nicely. So do measure you
Definitely.
and something you've already got to decide how loose you want it.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, you can always toile it if you want to get a true sense of how it will
want to do
fit.
it properly.
Yes.
Okay. So you get that, and then in here you get all the pattern pieces.
You do.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, really
Nice thick,
paper.
proper, decent pattern paper with all the sizes printed on.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's all done in colours as well.
So certain areas are coloured. So where you've got the placket.
Right.
I can't remember if the shoulders, the sleeve details here as well.
Okay, so some of it's coloured and
Yes,
some of
it
it's
is.
just got the different lines.
Yeah.
So do measure, because it's got finished size. I always say measure something you've got. If you have a particular fit in mind that you want it to be loose, if you've got a blouse that fits you that you like, then compare them.
Yep, definitely.
Right. And then where do we start with it? I'll move out of your way now.
Okay, so you start with the front. So you can see it more in the plain, but it's got a really nice curved yoke at the front, which you can see just here.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, that is, yeah, I know I
Really
can
nice
see that
soft curve to it, so it's really flattering across the body. So that's just the seam allowance is 1 centimetre. So it's just a very simple, match up your notches and sew you 1 centimetre. There's no ease or anything. You don't have to put gathers in it.
okay.
So you just join the top and the bottom together.
That's quite a nice detail. So does that just give better fit?
I guess it's,
shape.
yeah, shape and
Right.
fit. Because of course, across the top chest here, it's more flatter. So
Yeah.
you're allowing it to curve, so it's more flattering.
Oh, I like that. That's quite a nice detail, isn't it?
And then I'm just going to show the sleeve, because you can't really see the pleat details on the printed one. But if you want to zoom in on that. So we've got just some 5 pleat details at the top of the shoulder. So it's more visible in the plain, and it's finished with bias tape. So the pattern piece is there for the bias tape. Before you move on to any...
Oh, and
anything
that's
with
the
sleeve.
shoulder.
It is, yes.
Oh, I thought that was the cuff.
No,
Right.
it looks very similar,
Oh,
yeah.
that's lovely. Yeah, no, you can really see it in the plane, and then you put tape on it.
Yes, so what I'm going to show today is the construction.
Right.
So both the front and the back panels, they're fully lined, but the sleeves are not.
Okay.
So putting it all together just requires a little bit of skill. So that's
Right.
what I'm going to show. So the sleeves, the top of the head of the sleeves is finished with the bias tape.
Right.
Because it's not lined.
And that's
so
the
you would do
same
that.
fabric.
It's the
Yeah.
same fabric, yes. And then I'll show how you
Okay.
construct.
That's a nice finish, though, isn't it?
It
to
is.
tape them off like that.
It is, nice and neat. So this is one which I've done. Oh, actually, before I say anything more, I'm going to actually point out the fact that I've got everything labelled. So I'll put it this way. So this doesn't have an obvious right or wrong side.
Okay.
And I always say when I'm teaching my students that if you get confused, mark it. So some people use pen or they use tailor tacks, or I tell them to use sticky labels. So you can obviously test it on a bit of scrap
Okay.
to make sure that the residue from the sticker doesn't damage the fabric, but it just makes it so much
It
easier.
does, doesn't it?
If it's chalk, chalk might rub off.
Yeah.
But sticky labels does the job.
So is it just like those ones you get off like
Yeah.
a reel of labels?
Normal labels, you just
And then you
write-
can can put on right side sleeve.
So that's what I've done. I've marked everything that's the wrong side. So
Brilliant
I've written
tip.
sleeve, wrong side. I've even put an arrow which direction the pleats will go.
That's such a good tip because I try and label mine. Sometimes I do. I have like top or, you know, but I've never thought about sticky labels.
Yeah, so you can see from there, it just makes it so much
does.
easier. If you pick up a pattern, one of the fabric pieces, you don't have to be like, well, which one is it? It's already done for you.
Well, and also when you've got things like sleeves and there is like a right and a left.
Yes, that as well.
And then you have to get the pattern piece out and lay it on. That's a brilliant tip.
Okay, so I'll also show you, this sleeve has been attached, and I'm just going to show you the top. So in this little corner here, you can see that the bias tape on the top of the sleeve is finished. The front panel is unfinished, and we've got a little stepped area here. This is really, really important when it comes to constructing the lining side, which is what I'm going to demonstrate. But this is basically the effects that we want to finish with. So I'm just going to lay this front panel out completely flat, and I'm going to get the sleeve panel, which is already been finished at the top. And I'm going to put right sides together, and I'm going to match the sleeve to the front. So it's got notches in it, so you can just align your notches. And what that will automatically do is position the sleeve 1 centimetre shorter at the corner, which I showed earlier. Now, the seam allowance is 1 centimetre. However, when you are sewing the sleeves, you are sewing either 0.5 or 0.7. It will make more sense later on.
Okay. But I presume it tells you that in the pattern.
It does. It does give you all the instructions. So it just helps when it comes to getting the lining. It's almost like bagging out, basically. So you would sew the 0.5 first, and then when you attach the other side, you do the 1 centimetre.
Oh, okay.
This is what I'm going to show you, so it makes a little bit
It will all
sense.
make sense in a moment.
It will. Okay, so I'm just matching up the notches, and I'm going to sew this 0.5. So if you're a baster, feel free to baste it. It just stops it from shifting. I mean, this fabric is really, really nice to sew with, but if you're used to a more poplin, which is a bit more crisp, you can baste it.
It's not slippery though, is it?
Not so much, no.
It's just flexible, but
Very,
not
very,
stretchy.
yeah.
I really like it. You have to have a go with it.
Okay, so I'm just going to sew that now, and it's 0.5 as your seam allowance. Just get my pin pot. Let me start that again. So I'm just going to take my pins out as I go. Now I always press as I go. It gives you a really, really beautiful finish towards the end. Okay, so that's done. And I'm just going to open that up so you can see we've got the front sleeve attached across the raglan sleeve.
yeah.
And they've both got the stepped corner at the top.
Right.
The,
Oh, that's good, because I do
neckline.
that and think, oh, well, I've obviously done that wrong.
Exactly. So it's meant to be like that.
It's not meant to match at the top.
No, it's not.
That would worry me.
So what I'm going to do, and this is going to be the epiphany moment.
Fabulous.
I'm just going to fold the sleeves in. And then I'm going to get the second yoke panel.
Ah, okay, because it's lined.
Yes, it is.
Lined, right.
So this is the right side of the
Because you've got the
yoke
sticker on.
panel there, yeah. So I'm going to place this so that the right side is matching the right side of the other yoke panel. and I'm going to pin this corner edge.
Got it.
It makes sense already?
Yeah, yeah, so it's right sides facing
It
with the
is.
sleeves sandwiched between.
Exactly that. And you'd match along the sleeves, the armholes.
I see. It's
both
nice to
sides.
have the lined bodice though, isn't it?
It is. It gives a really nice, neat finish on the inside.
But it's sort of a little bit more structure as well.
Yes, it does. It allows it to sit and hang nicely.
And I guess by having it self-lined as well, you haven't got to buy anything extra.
No,
and
yeah.
It all matches up easily.
Yeah.
That's a nice, I like these Maison Fauve patterns. They always have nice little touches in them.
Yeah, their construction is quite unique in some ways.
Well, it sort of gives just nice little details like
Yeah.
this. I think like binding the
Top of the
pleated
sleeve,
shoulder,
yeah.
I think that is really clever.
Okay, so I'm just going to pin all the way round. So I've just done the first armhole, and I'm going to do the neckline as well. And then I'll do the other armhole. And then what you'll do after that is sew where you've pinned, so up this armhole, across the neckline and down the other armhole, but this time you're sewing 1 centimetre.
Right, okay.
Now what that does is it allows you to sandwich the sleeves in between the front panel piece and the lining with a nice neat finish on the inside. So essentially bagged out. So the same technique is also used on the back. Now the back has obviously got the opening, it's got the ties. So there's a few extra skills in there compared to the front. This is nice and simple because it's flat, but I'll show you that next as well. Just match all your notches.
And I think it's quite nice to do these techniques like on a blouse, which is a smaller make, because it's a technique you can, once you work out how to do it, I guess you could use it again.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, one thing to be mindful of with Maison Fauve is on most patterns, the back is a double notch, the front is a single. With Maison Fauve, it's actually the other way around.
Okay, so just make sure you match up. But I guess if you've labelled it...
Of course.
It's a brilliant idea.
Yeah. Okay, so that's all pinned, and I'm going to sew that now. And I'm going to be using the 1 centimetre seam allowance.
I suppose you could use a contrast lining, could you, if you really...
Yep, if you wanted to.
If you wanted that look. But I suppose it's just like lining a skirt, isn't it? You just get it sort of sits better.
Yep, it does. I mean, if you wanted to, you could add like a pop of a printed lining or something, just to give it some variation.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see it, but it's just for yourself.
Yeah.
You know, when you buy things that have like binding on the inside that you can't see, only you can see, but it's just nice, isn't it?
It is. Okay, so I've just gone to the corner and pivoted round.
Okay.
You just have to be mindful that because you've got the sleeve loose in there, just move it out of the way so you're not accidentally catching it in. So I'm just going to move that out of the way.
Remember, the pattern is available in sizes 6 to 24, so it's a nice big size range. That's a 34 to a 52 inch bust. And our fabric bundles cover all of that, because I know we often get questions about is there enough fabric, but there is. The fabric bundles cover all of that, and the pattern has got a nice big size range as well. So if you want that, you need to get checked out, and it's a really nice blouse. I do like a blouse, well, I like most clothes that with a little bit of give in them. I think I've gone off things being totally fitted. You know, those sort of bodices and that.
Yeah.
I'm loving a bit of comfort.
Yep. Especially if the weather is hot.
Well, I know. It's just like this weather, I end up wearing just loose dresses because even if you wear shorts, it's just hot, isn't it?
Okay, so here's the magic moment. I'm just making sure that it's all done correctly. Okay, so you can see we have the sleeves and it's sandwiched in between the front and the lining.
Got it.
So I would normally trim it down, but I'm just going to turn it through.
So what would you just trim the corners or trim?
Yeah, I
the seam
trim
allowance,
the. I mean,
or-
the seam allowance is 1 centimetre, so you don't want
Right.
to trim it down too far.
Okay.
But yeah, I would just trim down the corner where there's some excess bulk.
Right.
So once you've turned it through to the right side, you can now see that you've lost that little stepped edge.
Magic.
The neckline is fully lined and it
that's
runs
really
in
nice.
line with the top of the sleeve
That's
with
really
the bias
nice,
tape.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really, really nice finish. And then if you look on the inside, you've got a really, really beautiful professional finish on the inside as well.
That is lovely, isn't it? It looks professional.
It does, definitely. So, I mean, this edge here, you've got this seam allowance. You could overlock it together if you wanted to, or if you wanted to go real professional, you could fold it under and do your nice hand stitch or stitch in the ditch.
So if you haven't got an overlock or you don't want to finish the seam, you could just hand stitch.
Definitely.
Oh, yeah, I think I would do that.
Yeah, so obviously press as you go. I've not done it for this, but press as you go so it's all nice and flat. So the same technique that we've used at the front, we also do for the back, but there's a little bit more to it because we've got the shoulder ties at the back, sorry. So the back panels, it's cut 4. So this is the shape. So again, you've got your curved border at the back and you've got a gathered panel underneath. So this is what your pattern pieces look like. And again, I've labelled it. So that would be a pair. You can see you've got the deep V. If I just move that down so the camera can see. You've got your deep V at the back. And it's cut 4 because you're going to line it. So this is your panels with the straps as well. So you would make your straps really simple. It's just a long rectangle. Sew it, turn it inside out.
Okay, so just like, and again, same fabric. So
Same
it's just
fabric,
easy.
yeah. I mean, again, you could do a contrast fabric if you wanted to. Give it a nice detail.
Well, it's nice that when you buy the fabric, you know that's all you need. If you then want to get contrast,
embellish it, yeah,
you can. But $18.99 for that bundle, amazing price.
If you got some of the fabrics that blend really nicely together, you could do a mishmash of both of
that
them.
would be nice.
Yeah. So yeah, I've just sewn the straps to the right side with a 0.5 centimetre seam allowance. It does have all your markings on the pattern where these are supposed to sit. Okay.
And how do you transfer your markings? Because I know every dressmaker has their favourite method, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I use pen, sometimes I do tailor tacks. I guess it just depends on, if it's special occasion, I'll probably do tailor tacks or something. But most times I use pen.
Like sort of an erasable.
Yeah, the water erasable pen. So I'm just going to put the pattern, the panels with the straps aside, and I'm just going to use the plain ones. So what we're going to do now is we're going to attach the back panels to the armholes, and we're doing right sides together. Okay, so these two align here. Again, you've got your notches, so you know where it's all supposed to sit. And just like the front panels, if you match up your notches correctly, you'll see here in the corner that the top of the back panel has got the same 1 centimetre overlap. Okay, so I'm just going to pin and sew, and I'll do both sides so you can see. So once you get your head around it, it's...
Yeah, and I think it's really nice to see that. I mean, I'm sure it says in the pattern that it sticks out above, because otherwise you think when you're making it, oh, what have I done?
Yeah, you'll probably unpick it and try and stretch it. And
Why
then
is
you think you've cut it wrong. And...
For those of us who never bother to read the instructions, yes, that would happen to me.
Okay, so I'll just quickly sew that. So again, you're reverting back to your 0.5 centimetre seam allowance. And then when you attach the back panel, you'll go back to your 1 centimetre.
Okay. Right, so while Amber's sewing that, I'll just go through the pattern again. So the pattern here will fit between a 34 and a 52 inch bust. Remember, this is a relaxed fit, so it comes up a bit, I've found for me, it comes up bigger, which is great because then it's a nice relaxed fit. But just measure inside the pattern, there are finished garments, so you can measure a blouse that you've got to get the size that you want. It's a really lovely make, and that self-lined thing with the same fabric I think is really clever. It makes it look really professional and it'll sit nicely, so it's perfect. You could also lengthen it, I guess, so it'd be quite nice for a smock type top over jeans. $19.99. It's really good. There's also, it tells you inside there is a video tutorial that comes with it, so you can watch that as you're sewing if there's any little bits that you don't understand. It's in French, but it's very visual, so don't worry about that. Loads of you know Maison Fauve. They are brilliant because they do have some really nice little details in their patterns. So that's the blouse. It's a bit of a go-to. And what's great about it for all of us quilters and patchworkers is that you can use quilting weight cotton to make it. I think that's always good because we often buy quilting weight cotton and think, what am I going to do with it now? You could make a blouse with it. It'd be perfect. It's that art gallery fabric we had in the last hour would be lovely for this, wouldn't it? Right, now the fabric bundles have enough fabric in them to make up to the biggest size, and this bundle is the blouse that I am wearing. See? Exactly the same. It's a cotton poplin. It's 144 centimetres wide. There's 2.5 metres in this bundle, and it's only £21.99. Ridiculous, ridiculous. So obviously it's perfect for this blouse. £4.39 for half a metre, but obviously you can use it for other things because it's cotton poplin. It's brilliant for quilting as well, bags and cushions and all sorts, but perfect for this blouse. It also makes your dressmaking affordable, and I think particularly if you're new to it or if you just want to whip up a little blouse in a hurry, you don't want to spend a fortune on it. Once you've got the pattern, obviously you're going to use that over and over and over again. You'll use it so many times it'll end up free. Because I always think, so the first time you use it, and then you divide it all up. If you do it enough times, it ends up free, doesn't it?
That's a nice way of looking at it.
I always think that. If you spend like £100 on a pair of jeans, they end up free. Because you wear them so often. So that'll end up free. So £21.99 I think is great, particularly, if you just want to make a blouse or if you're a beginner, then you don't want to spend a fortune on fabric. So that's that one. We've also got the same fabric, but almost the same colour, a little bit lighter background. This has been really, really popular. It's like a wildflower meadow. It's got a bit more colour. See? That's what it looks like. It's got a bit more colour because it's got all the wildflowers on. It's been on once before, completely sold out. It's a lovely fabric. Again, 2.5 metres, cotton poplin, 144 centimetres wide. And then the last cotton poplin is your oat latte. Classy. This is our sophisticated one. That's lovely. Look, isn't that lovely? It's a really gentle colour, but with those monochrome flowers printed on top of it, just gives it a bit more detail. Again, only £21.99. Right, back to Amber. So you've sewn the sleeve bit, the back bit on.
Yes, so this is the sleeve here, and I've sewn the back panel at the armhole seam. So this is the bit that gets a bit creative. So it's a bit like a burrito effect.
Okay.
So I'm going to just pin along the centre back here.
And you've already got your ties on it.
Yep, the tie is already attached. Now the other side, we need to roll the fabric on the inside so we can attach it to the armhole seam, which I'll show in a second.
Okay. I'm very impressed that your pins match your fabric. Totally intentional.
Of course, of course. Okay.
So the fabric Amber's using is the one that's on the screen at the moment, the viscose poplin, and there's 2.5 metres, so there's enough fabric in there to make the whole one. That's 100% viscose.
Okay, so you can see this is pinned. This is
Right.
the centre back, so that's the deep V. Now what we want to do is we want to attach this armhole seam to the seam allowance on that side.
Okay.
So if I just open that up there so it sits nice and flat, what we're going to do is we're just going to roll this up on the inside. So you can see this is the armhole seam that we need. Okay, and then we're going to match.
Oh, okay. So as long as you identify which you're sewing it to
Yeah,
before you do it,
Yeah.
then you'll know what to roll up.
definitely.
Okay, this is clever.
So we'll do exactly the same thing where we sew at one armhole, we'll sew across the neckline and sew down the other side. And then it'll all be encased with a nice neat finish on the inside and on the outside. Oh, it's a bent pen. Okay, so again, as long as you've matched all your notches, everything will sit in the right position. Okay, so we're just going to go and sew along the centre back, only from, it's got a notch on the side. This bit will remain free simply because it's how we join the other half together down the centre back.
Okay.
So we're not starting right from the edge, we'll start, it's about an inch in where the notch marking is, and we'll sew all the way around, all across the top and down the armhole.
Oh, okay.
1 centimetre.
It is like a burrito,
It
isn't
is,
it?
definitely. Okay. So just take your time with this. It has got a lot of fabric in it, so move things out of the way as you go if you need to. So again, you're doing your 1 centimetre seam allowance. Okay, so if it gets too much as well, you can always just pull the sleeve and the rest of the bodice out the way. So it's just a little bit freer at the top. Okay, so I'm just going to pivot. This is the neckline now. So I'm just coming down the armhole now.
So do you have to sort of keep checking that you're not sewing your fabric in between?
I think it's ideal to, because, I mean, you don't want to wait until the end. And then
Yeah,
it's like,
and unpick it. But
hopefully I haven't caught it in. So yeah, so I'm just sewing down the armhole. It's only because there's a lot of fabric and it's rolled up inside, so it's ideal to check it as you go.
I guess this is kind of the final touch, isn't it?
It is, yes.
That turns it all up nice, right sides out nicely.
Okay, hopefully I've not got a pleat in that. Right.
So Liliana says, could we reduce the size of the back opening?
Yeah, I think so. You just have to adjust your pattern, obviously, before you cut out. Toile it, if anything. But I think so.
You'd still get it over your head?
Yeah, I think it's a loose style, so, and it's quite wide at the
well,
shoulders.
I got it over my head without undoing it. So
yeah,
you don't. So the back. I haven't got a big head. I've got quite small. Yeah, you could Yeah, you could easily get, I'm going to show the video again, thank you very much. Yes, you could easily do that because I see what you mean, because the back opening goes right down to the top of the yoke.
It's quite low,
but
yeah.
I can, I got it over my head without doing that, so I guess you could just sew it up.
Yeah, yeah. So I've just turned it through, and you can see the neckline now continues on to the sleeve.
Oh.
And then this is the centre back with this edge remaining free.
Right.
So that's
so neat and lovely, isn't it?
This is the right side, so that's the bit that you're going to see from the outside, and then on the inside.
Well, also with a fabric like this where it's quite fine or see-through, you know, it wouldn't be see-through then.
No,
would
it wouldn't, no. Yeah, so this
Leslie says, Amber, you are brilliant.
Oh,
thank you
thank
very
you,
much,
Leslie.
isn't she? I told you she's a brilliant dressmaker, and you'll learn absolutely loads from her. So, great comment.
So this is the inside, so you can see everything is completely encased.
Oh, I think that's fabulous.
So again, like you said, if you don't have an overlocker, this is brilliant.
Yeah, no, it's great. You've shown that so well, because that could be something that would really flummox people with that
I think
extra
so.
bit and this thing. But the way you've explained it, I feel like I could do that now.
Trying to read it and make sense of what on earth is it asking me to do.
But it's almost like when you do anything like that, you have to make it and then
understand it. It's true.
So it's really nice that you've done that bit. You've made it and understood it for everyone else.
I've done the hard work.
Yeah. And remember, all of these shows go onto YouTube. So when you get your pattern, just watch it back. And particularly that little bit there. And when you're sewing it in, so you've got that extra bit of seam allowance, it will make it a lot of sense because you've done the how does this work thing.
Yeah.
And it's really clever. I like the fact that it means it's not see-through, but it's still light. And
Yeah. And it's got the shape, it's got the body. Yeah.
Gorgeous. I hope you finished that one because I think that colour really suits you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so after that, it's literally your armholes, your cuffs, and then it's pretty much done, really. I think what I've shown is probably the bit that you just need to work your way around it.
Yeah.
Once it's done.
It's worth it, though, isn't it?
It
Because
definitely
you get a
is.
really nice finish.
And once you understand this, you can understand anything that's like bagging out because you understand the concept.
Yeah, it is that concept of why am I sewing this to this? So how would you hand stitch that down?
This bit here, yeah.
I think I would as well. Well, it would just look neat, wouldn't it? And it's not.
Yeah, because I mean everything else is so neatly finished, so you want to give that same effect. So I think it looked really nice if it was just folded under and sewn by hand.
Well, also you're not sewing into the front, so you're not going to see it.
You could do stitch in the ditch.
Oh, you could.
So you could fold it under, just make sure that the fold is over this stitch here.
Right.
Baste it, and then from the front,
that would be
you
nice.
can sew in this ditch here.
Yes.
And then it will catch it at the back.
Oh, that's true. Yes,
So-
depending on what you fancy. Or you could, I'd probably hand sew it first and then maybe consider stitching so it's all nice and safe.
Or you could do a nice top stitch. That'd be a nice detail.
Nice. Yeah, depending on the fabric and things, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Amber. So we'll see you back here in an hour
Yes.
with your gorgeous tea dress.
Yes.
Look at this. Have you seen the tea dress next to Amber? It's sneaking in. Have you seen it? It's been sneaking in. It's already available on pre-order, so Amber's going to be showing us how to make this gorgeous tea dress. Look at these sleeves. I love these. And you can do long sleeve. It's got this lovely gathered waist shirt dress with collar. And we've got some amazing bundles of fabric to go with this as well. So we'll see you back here in an hour.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
That's
that was
all right.
brilliant. Don't forget to check out on the pattern. Pattern 19.99. That size is 6 to 24, which is a 34 to a 52-inch bust. It's a nice big size range. Beautiful pattern. And remember, you can use these sort of quilting weight cottons, poplins, viscoses for it, which is really nice because then you can use fabrics from your stash as well. The poplin, so the fabric that the one that I'm wearing, which is this one. There's enough fabric in this for all the biggest size, so all the sizes, $21.99. I'm sure a lot of you are probably buying it for other projects as well, because it is 144 centimetres wide. You've got 2.5 metres. Works out just over £4 for half a metre. Absolute bargain. You could even use that for quilt backing, couldn't you? I mean, depending on the width, and obviously you could join it, but ideal. This one's so pretty. Same colours I'm wearing. Again, most popular bundle. Right, we only have 3 of this bundle remaining. Remember, you've got 2.5 metres, which is enough for the biggest size, so whichever you do. But again, very good for any dressmaking or home sewing. And then we have the sophisticated latte colour. Love that one. Oh, do you want that one flat? There we go. Beautiful with these monochrome flowers on top. Very lovely with linen. And because it's got this charcoal in it, nice with charcoal as well. And then we also have the viscose. So remember, viscose is a natural fibre from wood pulp, so it's breathable. It's not a synthetic fabric. It's not stretchy. It is a plain weave. It's solid. I always thought viscose was I actually thought it was. I thought it was like a nylon, but it isn't. It's made from wood pulp. It is a natural fibre, but it has the most beautiful drape to it. It's lovely. So and also it doesn't crease like linen, but it has that, and it has really nice fluidity to it. So the lemon, which is more of a buttercup colour really, that Amber was demonstrating with, it's only £18.99. What a bargain! £18.99 for 2.5 metres. Again, makes dressmaking affordable. That's less than £4 for half a metre. So we've got it in the lemon. We've got it in white, perfect, crisp white. That's lovely, isn't it? Really nice as well, having a white blouse, isn't it? It goes with so many things. When you've got a tan, looks nice, doesn't it? I wish. Or just red that I am. Yeah. But it is, I tell you what I like these white blouses. I wear them a lot with like denim pinafores and things, because a white blouse is a good thing to own, isn't it?
Wardrobe staple.
Yeah, wardrobe staple. Dark grey, this is a lovely colour. Again, this is your sophisticated colour. That's lovely, isn't it? You know, when you wear dark greys, I think, again, that suits a lot of different skin tones and hair colours. It's just, because it's not as harsh as black, which can sort of drain, I think sometimes can make you look really drained, doesn't it? I think this charcoal is quite warming. It's a really nice colour. And also you can wear it with black and navy and red. The duck egg is sold out, is that right? And we've got this lovely beige, which again, latte colour. Actually looks very nice together. Wouldn't it be nice you could do a bit of colour blocking with this? But I'd get both bundles and you could have 2 blouses, couldn't you? Because you could have like the sleeves in one colour and the back and front in another.
Yeah.
And then you can make another blouse the other way around.
The opposite way.
This look great, wouldn't it? So that's the beige. Right, that's all the fabrics. So don't forget to check out those absolute bargain. Amber will be back with us in an hour, and I will be back with you in a few minutes when we will be... It's Beach Hut Hour. It is Let's Celebrate Summer. And it's the summer solstice today, so it is the day to celebrate the beach hut, and I will see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Your pattern will often tell you to put your fabric RST, or right sides together. This means that you put the right side of the fabric with the pattern on the inside and sew on the wrong side of your fabric. Then when you turn it round, you can't see any stitching. Fold your fabric so that your pattern is on the inside, i.e. right sides together. Make sure your edges match carefully and pin them.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently, what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
The seam allowance for dressmaking can be 1 centimetre or 1.5 centimetres. It's important that you check what it is before you start, and your pattern should tell you. Your seam allowance will have been included on your pattern pieces. Before you start to sew, check in your instructions as to what your seam allowance is. You're going to use that throughout your garment making process.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
And welcome to the Beach Hut Show. I've always wanted to say that. I really want a beach hut. I have dreams of owning a beach hut. Can you imagine what it would look like? If you own a beach hut, could you send me a photo so I can just be envious? studio@sewingstreet.com, please send me a picture. I have dreams of having a beach hut, and in it I'd have a little stove and I'd make myself cups of tea and I'd sit on my deck chair and just look out and possibly wander along the beach. Oh, it'd be amazing, and just think of how you could decorate. So if, like me, you have dreams of owning a beach hut, but you don't, you can own today 3, but baby ones instead, and you can make Beach Hut Row. 1/3 of the stock of Beach Hut Row has gone. So this is Beach Hut Row. You get a red beach hut, a blue one, and a green one. They're all on the panel because everyone needs 3 beach huts, don't they? And you get all the pieces to make the bunting. So I did sew mine on originally, so you can join them all together like this in a little row, or you can make them a shorter length and have a piece just on one of them. There's loads of bunting triangles, but I wanted to be able to show you them and pick them up, so that's why I haven't sewn it on. But you get the bunting as well. And then inside, now I've cut out the windows because I've put a tea light in, and you can see. There you go, see? There's a tea light inside. An LED one, obviously, so the light will shine through. You can cut out the door as well if you like, if you want to be able to see more inside, but I haven't with mine because the lights will go through the window. It's really cute. Now, I'm going to show you the inside. I'm going to show you on the panel, actually, because that's going to be the easiest way to do it. They're really easy to make. You make all the pieces. So you make like the front and the back and the sides and the base, and then you just hand sew them all together. So they're dead easy to make. What you can do, so these are like little decorations. You put them on your table, you put them outside. If with the roof, if you only sew the roof on sort of across the front, down there and up there, you can flap this bit up and then you can use it to keep things in. They make nice little gift boxes as well. So it's entirely up to you. Mine are little decorations. So let me show you the panel, and then you'll be able to see the detail better, because you can see on the outside they've got bunting on. Oh, that one's got oars on. That one's even got bucket and spade. This one, obviously, is the posh beach hut because it's got a picket fence. I think Amy's done the most fantastic job. So I made it from fabric, sent her all the piece sizes, and then she decorated them. Look, seagull, anchor, and this one, it's got bucket and spade and a seagull on top of the door. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? They're very posh beach huts. So let me show you the panel. So this is what you will get in your kit. You will get the full instructions, and obviously, as always, I have filmed a video tutorial. And then you get all the pieces to make all 3. And this is where you'll be able to see when you're making it, because obviously if you look through the windows, you can see all the detail. So you've already seen the outside, that's Beach Hut 1, so you've got the front, the back and the sides. But look at the lining. On the inside, we've got a little striped sofa, bunting. We've got a painting of a seagull, because every beach hut should have a painting of seagull. I love the attention to detail that Amy's put on this is amazing. We've even got curtains, because obviously my beach hut would have curtains. Good morning. My nan had a beach hut when I was little, back in the 80s. I would definitely recommend Tina. Oh, I really want one. I really do. Oh, how lovely. Do I live near the beach? No, I don't. Well, I suppose I'm not too far. I'm like probably an hour from the nearest beach. I would like to live by the sea and own a beach hut. That's my dream. I have many dreams. I also want to live on a canal boat as well. The two don't really go together, but there we go. This is the base. So on the bottom of the beach hut, obviously it's wood, but on the inside of the bottom, look, there's a little matching rug. Then the roof is this lovely slate. The inside of the roof is striped so that it matches beautifully. So that if you do make it and you don't sew it round here and here and here, it will hinge up. You can then see the inside of the roof and you can see all the details. So when I look inside, I can see the seagull picture. So on the inside of Beach Hut 2, we've got a very nice sofa. Oh, look, there's a deck chair leaned against the wall of this one because that's going to be taken outside in a bit. Oh, and there's a nice painting of a boat on the inside. And then you've got the roof lining. And then on Beach Hut 3, so we've got Gone Surfing surfboard, we've got the oar, and then on the inside of that, we've got a picture of an anchor, and we've got a deck chair. And look at the bases of Beach Hut 2 has got a nice Koya mat. And Beach Hut through, it's got a very nice rug, hasn't it? And it's lovely because when you look inside, you can see all of those. They don't get lost. They're just so cute. And then across the top is the bunting. Because you don't have to do that, but I wanted to work out a way of doing it without having to sew everything right sides together. So all you do with these is you cut them out. If you put some Bonder web on the top, you just press them around the cord or string, and then you can sew them if you want to, but you don't have to. They're so cute, aren't they? But it's just lovely to have, they're just lovely little decorations, really nice for gifts, lovely for a table centre. Or maybe, someone's having like a summer wedding, wouldn't they be lovely? Or summer parties. And you make 3 from every panel. So if you want a row, because this is called Beach Hut Row, if you want a row of them, just buy a few panels. You can have even more. I just thought 3 was a nice number. Aren't they cute? So everything you need is on there. And obviously you will get with your kit full instructions that tell you exactly what you need. You will need also, if you don't want to remember this, if you go onto the product description on the Sewing Street website, I've listed the other things. So you need 1/2 metre of wadding, because they've all got wadding inside. We'll go through that. You need a bit of Bonder web if you want it for the bunting, a bit of string, and the LED tea lights, which we've got as well. So everything you need to know, it's all in here with photos. Look, that's what it looks like. I did take a photo of what it looked like if you hinge the roof. So if you want to use it as a little gift box or you want to store things in it. There is also a full video tutorial. You scan the QR code. Because if you think, oh, I can't do that, that's difficult, it's 3D, it really isn't difficult. But if you watch the video tutorial, I will show you how to do it. We'll go through it step by step. It's a really nice thing to do. Good morning, Rebecca. These beach huts are gorgeous. And the tiny, tiny bunting is the cutest. I know, and I know it's tiny, tiny, but it's so cute. And it was actually, although I did sew it together afterwards. It a little bit fiddly, but you could do it by hand, or if actually you don't really need to. I just thought it was really cute. It just I felt like they needed bunting, but you can see actually in the photo here, I did sew the bunting on to join them all together. So when I've got mine back home, I will join them together. But when you collect shells and you go to the side, and you could put them in the little beach huts. But you could fill them with your shells, couldn't you? So you could poke the shells through the windows, or if you opened up the door, if you opened up the roof, you could put them inside. Because I think they would be really nice to put little collections in. But they're just a really, who wouldn't want a little baby beach hut? I've had them sat on the windowsill at home and they look really cute. I just think Amy's illustrations are amazing for them. It's just that detail with the wooden base. And I quite like the fact that I did all the machine sewing, sewed all the bits together. And then I just sat on the sofa one evening watching the telly and I hand sewed the bits together. So it's quite a nice little thing to make. So that's Beach Hut Row. Someone's got a beach hut. We have our own beach hut in Torquay. Oh, do you? Photo? What colour is it? What colour is it? I really want a beach hut. Oh, you're so lucky. So, I want to see a photo. So that's the beach hut panel. So everything you need, and it's really easy to do because you just obviously have to have wadding, but the wadding just goes on the lining. You sew that all, and then I'll give you a little demo in a bit, and I'll show you how they're made. But it is the only way to make them, obviously, because you do need them all. You need all these little bits printed because everything's on there. And the time that Amy's taken to do all these little drawings, I'm just amazed by. They're just fabulous. Now, you will need 1/2 metre wadding. That is essential. There are optional items. This H640, this is essential because that is what gives the beach hut its structure. I guess you could use interfacing, but what I've done is I've quilted along it, around all the pieces, and it gives it a bit of structure and it makes everything stand out as well. You only need 1/2 metre, and we've got this on special offer. Early bird, £4.99. So just 1/2 metre. If you use this is easy peasy because it's fusible. If you use non-fusible, you can, but you'd have to tack it on. But this is the easiest way to do it. £4.99. But it's £1 off, and that's only till midnight. So if you want to get that special offer, also The good thing about this H640 is it's sold by the half metre, so you can multi-buy, and it will be sent as a cut piece. So you'll need half a metre for this, but if you want to add extra, if you put 2 utes in it and you ask it, you'll get it sent as a whole cut piece. And every half metre you buy, you'll save £1. Couldn't be better, really. Perfect day to do that for Beach Hut Row. Right, so that is Beach Hut Row. Now, then I thought, I think we need bunting, because I love bunting. So to start off with, I was going to do triangles like we normally do with beach huts on them, and then I thought, oh, that's so boring, so boring. So I got a little bit fiddly, and then I scaled it back a bit because it got ridiculous because they were a bit fiddly. So I wanted to make it not too difficult. So then I've made beach huts, £16.99. Over the half of the stock went on pre-order. So they're actual proper beach hut shapes. Now, you will need to buy just cotton fabric to back them, because this is, I always think the best bunting is lined because it hangs better and it's neater. It's got no wadding or anything, it's only lined, and I just used white fabric. And then you need a plain fabric for the string. And you can make over 3 metres. So what I did, so I've got 1/2 hanging there. So what you can do is make the whole length, or you can make it in 2 lengths. I just thought it was easier to make it in 2 lengths. But how cute are these? And they've got, I love the colours that Amy's done. So our beach huts are in sort of mint, blue and red. But on here, we've got orange and yellow ones as well. And, aren't they cute? And they're really, really easy. You just, and I do it in a way that you do it all together on the fabric at the same time, and then you cut it all out. And on the panel are little beach hut, are tabs to go on the end, which you obviously, I'll show you that, which you obviously don't have to do, but isn't that a really nice way to finish off the end of your bunting? So when you hang your bunting up, rather than just having a knot, there's 4 of them on the panel, and they all have like a little picture of something. They're so cute, aren't they? I love the colours of them. Let me show you the panel. But you can see all the details on this are the same as you get on the little beach hut. So you've got the surfboards and the seagulls. There is a full tutorial for this, obviously, completely separate. So this is what you'll get, beach hut bunting, and then that's the instructions with tutorial. They are easy peasy. So, I mean, keep these, hang them up in your house, perfect for your summer parties, to give to someone who lives by the sea. Who doesn't love a bit of bunting? And then this is how it's done, because I wanted to be able to, when we've done triangular bunting, you sort of cut and sew at the same time. So I wanted to do it in a similar way. So I explain how you cut this into 2 pieces, and then you just place it right sides facing, because you can see through, onto your lining fabric, and then you just sew all the way round, leaving a gap, and turn it right sides out. So they're dead easy. But I explain in the instructions and in the tutorial how to do it and how to cut your fabric. You also get this row of little bits that are just extras because there was a space. So you could use those you could applique those on top of your beach hut bunting, or you could use them little handles for things. But if you're using them for like a handle on a tote bag, those are the little tabs that go on the end of your bunting. And they're designed in a specific way so that when you make that little pocket and turn it all right sides out, the little image is exactly on the front. Morning, Rebecca, the beach huts on the bunting could be seen as book covers. Yeah, sewn on. Oh, that's true. Yeah, they would be really nice, because you don't have to use it for bunting. You could use them for whatever you like, because you get over 3 metres. Well, if you leave bigger gaps, you'll have even less than that. Let me just, I can't remember how much fabric you need for the 82. So 82 centimetres, so you'd have to buy a metre. You need 82 centimetres, and that's so that you can line them, and then enough for the string. If you wanted to do your string, well, it's cotton, in a different colour, you could just use scraps, because you just join all the strips together. Not only bunting, Rebecca, you could applique them to anything. Well, that is true, actually. You don't have to use this as bunting. Yeah, you could make them onto, a long doorstop would be brilliant. They could be appliqued onto anything, really. And obviously, they've all got the 1/4 of an inch seam allowance included because you sew inside the lines. But because when we do our designs, we always include the seam allowance, Amy's done them so that the design goes right to the edge. So when you make yours, they'll obviously be a 1/4 of an inch smaller than this when you make the bunting, as you can see, like that. But if you're using them for applique, then there's enough to be able to turn them right side. You could turn them then, turn the edges under. You could use half of them for bunting and half of them for applique. Yeah, you could use them on cushions. They'd look really cute, wouldn't they? Right, I have put some white fabric in because if you want, so you'll need it says 82 centimetres. That's to line them and for the string, and I just used a white. Obviously, you can use other colours if you want. I mean, I think I did the string in white because I thought, so I would get a metre because you need 82. But I think if I was going to do it myself, I might sort of back them in white and maybe put like a spotty cotton fabric. Also, you have to join strips to do the string. So you could do scrappy ones. You could do like all different colours. If you've got lots of different colours, would look quite nice. You can space them out closer or further. And there's machine stitched onto the string as well. So there's no hand sewing. And you just sew them on at the point. And then I think they look really nice then when they hang. Flip them over. So cute, aren't they? And you've got all of that detail on all of them. So you've got orange, red, green, mint, yellow, and blue. So that's the cotton fabric. You will need a whole metre of that because you need 81 centimetres. Right. Now also, pardon? Do the solid button. Okay. Now, I decided, because I love the colours that Amy chose for the beach huts, because I sent her lots of pictures and then she chose what colours she wanted and everything. I think the colours she's chosen, they're really fun seaside, aren't they? They're like proper bright, although I quite like, where you've got this sort of the mint as well. So I put together a bundle of our plain Rose and Hubble fabrics that match, because I thought if you want to do some seaside things. So there's the blue. So you've got this... And persuaded Ian, to make the bundle and do a little price for you. So you've got the blue, you've got that lovely lighter colour, and then you've got the green. So you've got the bright green and the light green. Bright red, obviously, and then orange, and then yellow. So that is your seaside bundle, isn't it? So if you want to, if you're thinking, I'm going to buy the panel, I'm going to do some other things with it, or if you want to, you wanted to make something else with it, and I'll show you the feature panels in a moment. But this is a great bundle. If you love these seaside colours, that's your beach hut bundle, isn't it? Only $19.99 for 3 metres. Because normally we do 5.5 metres, but I needed 6, so it matched. There we go. And then there's a special price. Right. It should be $23.94, so you're saving $3.95, which is not bad, is it? Not bad at all. So that's your special bundle, $19.99 for 6.5 metres of beach hut colours, because they're just like so pretty, aren't they? Lovely and fun. So there's your so remember with that, obviously, there's your instructions. You'll get the panel, and there is a link to take you through to the Amber Makes website where you can watch the tutorial. So you could go and watch that before you get your kit. It's only $16.99. If you want more than 3 metres, get yourself a couple of kits. And you could just use your stash to back it. What I would just say is don't use anything too dark, because obviously these are quite light and you don't really want it showing through. So just use something quite light, but use something fun for the string, because that would be nice. If you want just one more thing, if you want double-sided bunting because you're going to be hanging it, then sew the 2 right sides facing because they are symmetrical. And then you will have, because obviously on the back of here I've got white, but if I cut out 2 of those and sew them right sides facing, someone's asked if you're going to put a colour on the back. It might, because it's quite white. It depends on the colour. but it doesn't really matter too much. I mean, if you put something really bright behind it, it might do because it's white. But what you could do is you could put a bit of wadding or interfacing, because I've made bunting where I put H640 and it looks lovely. But you know, you can see it looks slightly different, doesn't it? That one didn't really show. So say I put a dark blue. Not really, does it? Not enough. I think what might show through is if you use like a patterned one, you might see the patterns. But again, you can make double-sided bunting, but obviously you'd make harvest made or get yourself 2 kits. Or you could put wadding in, and then you could quilt along them and they'll be squishy. That would be nice. Because I have done that before with bunting and it looks quite nice. Obviously it takes longer. Right, there's more people who've got the bunting in baskets than we've got available, so you need to be quick with that. Right, oh yes, so I put this in as well. Now this is a design that we did a while ago, the beach hut tote, the totally tote. Let me just, there's only 6 left. Let me just show you one thing with it. So when I made the original one, after I'd sewed it together, Amy decided that it looked a bit like it was about to rain. So I ought to remake it. I haven't got around to that though. So let me just show you the panel. I know, I really need to. I made it and she went, it looks like really cloudy skies, doesn't it? So so I do need to remake it. I don't know why I haven't. But this is the panel you'll get. So can you see it? The only difference is the sky. So in this one, the sky is quite sunny, and this one it's a bit cloudy. But other than that, everything is the same. So on the panel, you will get the piece for the front, the bottom. It's fully lined in beach hut print fabrics. So you've got deck chairs and everything. You've also got all of the pieces to make a matching mini purse. If you want to add wadding to it, get that H640. You can also make, look, a matching baby purse, which has got the same little base on it, and it's fully lined as well. So yeah, I really do need to make another one, because actually she also lightened the colour of the straps and the lining, as you can see. Yeah, it's just nice. But so normally we do make the changes after we printed them, but I'd made it and then we changed it. Got too excited and started. You also get a pocket, a zip pocket, and on the inside of it, it has a little beach hut and it says secret things. So I didn't put the zip in mine, but if you go inside the pocket, you see, it says secret things. That's on this. So you've got the bag, you've got the pocket, and you've got the little mini purse. And it comes with full instructions and a video tutorial. Loving these. My niece is buying a beach hut. Are you selling the lovely quilt behind you as a kit? Well, your niece is very lucky. Not as a kit, but what I decided to do was because... so Amy designed some feature panels, which are 18-inch squares, and she also designed some charm square panels. So I thought, oh, well, I'll make something from them, so give you an idea. And I was going to make a beach bag, but then when I cut them all out, I thought, actually, that makes a nice quilt, doesn't it? So you don't need a pattern. Honestly, you do not need a pattern, because what you do is, I'll tell you, so remember this bit, the feature panel has 18-inch squares, but so I could get charm squares to fit. I cut them to 16.5 inch, and then I cut the charm squares to 4.5 inches. So if you cut the feature squares to 16.5 and the space around them so you won't lose anything, and you trim the charm squares down to 4.5 inches, then it fits. And on here are exactly 2 feature panels and 2 charm squares, because I ended up with 80 charm squares, and then I just put a 2-inch red border around the edge. So if you wanted to make it smaller, you could just have 4. If you wanted to make it bigger, if you bought another charm square panel, another feature, you could have it 3 by 3. You could put more borders on it. If you want to save on the charm squares, you could maybe put strips of plain fabric. So if you bought that beach hut fabric bundle, that would be ideal. You could put plain fabric here, and use charm squares in the corner. But I did use 2 whole feature panels and 2 whole charm squares. I'm going to, when I've got some time, I'm going to put some wadding in it and then some waterproof backing, and I think I might use it as a picnic blanket. Be brilliant for a picnic blanket. But I think it would be just really nice to have on a single bed. But again, you can make it bigger or smaller depending on what you buy. But it'd be lovely, you know, in the conservatory, wouldn't it? Just as a holiday thing. But anyone who just lives by the sea. So if you just love the sea, so you don't have to live by the sea. You could just be like me and you're desperate for a beach hut. So this is the feature panel. Now, it makes brilliant cushions. Again, I was going to make a beach bag, but I decided to make a quilt. So you've got 3 18-inch squares. So what I did with this one, just to make the charm squares fit them, I trimmed them all down to 16.5 inches, so I ended up with a little bit of red. So you've got the one with all of the rows of beach huts. The next one has 6 beach huts, and obviously, as you can see, this is all matching. So it matches all of this. You've got all the little picket fences, like, you know, the bucket and spade on the green one, so it's all a perfect match in terms of colour and print. And then you've got one panel that has all of them. Along the top, you've got a really nice long row of all of those icons. So if you were making a beach bag, that would be ideal to use for straps. But they would make, you could just make a big tote bag, beach bag with the front and the back. If you wanted to make a big bag like a weekend bag, if you bought the charm squares, I would sew 4 charm squares either side, and then you could use that to make a bigger weekend bag. But to make this quilt, you will need 2 of these panels. But if you wanted to make an even bigger one, so this is 2, there's 6 there, but I'm thinking if I wanted to make it bigger, if I bought 3 more, so another, because you get 3 on each one, you'd have 9. Be a nice big size, wouldn't it? But if you bought, yeah, so I was also thinking, part of the reason for doing this was the complementary fabric bundle. You could use this for the sashing between. So you could just use charm squares for the edge. And I think it would look really nice to have several borders of different widths. So like a narrow wedge, because I lay this out on top of all the fabrics. It took me ages to choose which colour to put the border, but you could like do a narrow red, and then you could do like a bigger blue border. But this bundle will match it. So you can really make that go a lot further. But I was amazed when I worked it all out. I thought, amazing, it actually uses 80 charm squares exactly. But, you know, you can, I think it would be nice. I mean, it'd be lovely for a single bed. If you wanted it a bit longer, just get, again, you know, you can work it out. But just remember, cut the panels to 16.5 inch and cut the charm squares to 4.5, and the maths will all work out. So that's the feature panel. But again, lovely for cushions. Then there's the charm square panel, obviously. Have we not got enough? Oh, we've only got 20 of these left, and loads if you've got them in baskets. I so enjoy these. Oh, they also come with gift tags as well. But you see, actually, so these are 5 inches square. So I cut them down to 4.5 so that I could make the quilt. Otherwise, the maths doesn't work out. But I actually didn't lose anything from them. What I did, spent ages, because I cut them all out and I laid them all on my kitchen floor and frowned at the dog. Don't even think about standing on that. And just moved them all around because I wanted to make sure that I had it sort of evenly spaced. So if you do that, there's things like you've got these dark ones. I put those in the corners and down the sides. And then I put the red, so you've got the dark ones and the red ones and the light ones. So just try and space them out a bit. Oh, yeah, we've only got 12 of those left, but they're just fab, aren't they? For all sorts of things. There we go. Right, we'll just go through. So that's those. And then this is the complementary bundle. I should remember what the colours are. That was marine. Can't remember. Sunshine, maybe. Orange. I think that was just red. Lime, I think, and mint. I mean, it's very bright and primary, isn't it? Oh, it says it on there. It is mint, orange, scarlet, sunshine. I think it's fab. I mean, they're really bright, obviously. You know, some people might want their beach huts to be lighter, but I think because Amy chose, and I wouldn't have thought of the orange and yellow, I'd have just gone red, blue and green, but she chose really nice shades to go with it all. It's just fun, isn't it? It's fun. I am going to make it into a picnic blanket one day. We need more, please, from Claudia. I know, I don't know. Oh, what can you do? We will get more, we will. We will get some more, but it won't be today because the warehouse is closed. But we will get some more, I promise. I'm really pleased you like them because this is... Right, there's only 5 bunting kits left. But this was something I've wanted to do for a long time. So if nobody else had wanted beach huts, they were just going to be for me because I've always wanted to do the beach huts. They're so cute, aren't they? The little beach huts. The baby beach huts. These are, so any of you who have made the Christmas village, the church, the manor house, they're made in the same way. But they're actually quite easy. These are easy to do. I've made them so that the roof overhangs, because that's how the beach hut would be, wouldn't it? And I think that looks really cute. You can cut the door out if you want, and I'm going to show you in a minute what it looks like if you have cut the door out. And yeah, you need a mini deck chair to put in it. But they just look really cute just on your windowsill. They would look lovely outside with the little lights in, wouldn't they, in the summer? Oh, yeah, so, you know, yeah, you could take they look nice in schools, wouldn't they? It's little decorations. And do make the bunting. I know the bunting is a little bit fiddly, but honestly, when you lay it out, so what you do is you just pin it, and I worked it out that if you put, and I've put this in the instructions, if you put 4 flags there, and then you have a gap of 3, and then you put 4. If you don't do the bunting, you don't have to, but I just felt like I needed to, because it's so cute. There is a full tutorial for the whole thing. So if you go onto the Amber Makes website, there is the full tutorial. So let me show you, let me entertain you. So what you do to make all the pieces, they're all made in exactly the same way. You start with making the front. Now, this is the point at which you need to decide whether you're going to cut out the door. So if you cut out the door, this is what it will look like. So unlike this, where the door is there, instead there'll be a little gap. So what you could do is maybe cut out maybe just one of the doors. It's just, I love the doors and I didn't want to cut them out because I worked out the tea light fitted through the window. But obviously, if you cut out the door, you can see more inside, so it's up to you. But that's what it will look like if you cut the door out. Made in the same way. See, look, there's the bit on the inside. But it's just if you want to, that is what it will look like. I decided not to, but obviously you get more light coming through. So this is how you make the piece, and all of the pieces are made in exactly the same way, unless you cut the door out and then you sew it slightly differently. So you take all the lining pieces for all of the bits, so there's 7 pieces in total, and press them all onto your wadding. And I would do that at the beginning for all of the beach huts, because then you can get them all on, because you can move them around. I've given you a little bit of extra room, but press them all on, and then you've got the wadding on. If you're obviously using non-fusible, you'll need to tack them on. But this is what just gives it a bit more structure. So the outer, no wadding, lining does have wadding. And then you pin them together, and they're exactly the same size. So this is easy. Pin them together all the way round. Now, I can't remember the turning gap. Let me just check that. I think it's, oh yeah, 1.5 inches. So pin them together all the way round, like so. And then you're going to leave a gap, because you're going to turn them right sides out. Oh, I've forgotten my iron. Oh, so typical. Did that last time as well. Iron. Right. Then you need to mark, I've completely forgot the iron, it's not here, a turning gap. So it doesn't matter, one of the long edges, not the top or the bottom, just one of the long edges, because it will be less seen. Just measure the length of it. If you just mark the centre, and then I'll mark 3/4 inch either side, and that's my 1.5 inches, because I know I will forget otherwise. And then normal, I'm using your 2.4 stitch length, so nothing special, not sort of long or short. And then start one side of the turning gap. Don't forget to reverse stitch. And then when you get 1/4 inch from the top, raise your foot and pivot. And then when you get to 1/4 inch from the top there, so just always pivot. Yes, please. Thank you, Hannah. I'd written a list of everything I needed and forgot the iron. It would be lovely. Right, and then sew all the way around. Now, if you're sewing round the door, this is the point at which you go along the bottom, you sew round the door and back again. But obviously, I show you in the video tutorial how to do both options. And I have actually filmed this bit of the sewing so you can see this. Right, then that's all sewn together. So I've got my little turning gap. So the next thing you need to do is cut off the point, the corners, because by cutting off the corners, it reduces the bulk. When you cut off this, cut across the corner like that, but also trim the seam allowance either side. And then at the top, cut across. There we go. And then on that side, right, then, luckily someone's turned your iron on for you, because I forgot. This seam, when we sew it, turn it right sides out, needs to lay right on the edge. So to make this work better, turn one side of the seam allowance over, because you can't obviously press this seam open because of the shape of it. So just turn one side over and press that. This little stage, which doesn't take long, will really help to get your seam allowance laying right on the edge. And trimming off those little corners does help as well. So this is the stage that you can do all on the machine. And I did mine as a sort of production line, so I did all of the pieces. Well, I made all 3 beach huts at the same time. So what you could do, because you've got 7 pieces for each beach hut, you could do all of them at the same time, or you can make one complete beach hut and move on to the next. It's entirely up to you. So I'm going to turn it right sides out. I'm just getting my turn tool. On that turning gap, turn that side over, but also turn the other side over as well. Careful not to catch your wadding. But turn that side over, because these edges need to be turned under. And then just put your fingers inside, and if you grab hold of that top point and push it through, it will all turn right out nice and neatly. And then just push your fingers inside to just push out the corners. And then you need to use something to get nice neat corners. Now, I always use the stick for my turning tools, but some kind of point turner, I mean, a knitting needle would be all right. Just make sure it's not too sharp. But push the fabric onto the point rather than the point into the fabric at each corner, and this will, you see, so I'm just easing it. That stops you going through the stitching, but it will give you neater corners, but it will also, when you sew it together, make it easier. And then, working with the outer on the outside, first of all, make sure that that turning gap is folded under, and then just roll that seam between your fingers like that. And then roll that one. I always find if I wet my fingers a bit and then roll it. Sometimes if you find it's not pressing nicely, just give it a little spray with water and then press it, and you will get those seams right on the edge. So that is one piece done. Then you need to slip stitch that little gap closed. So you make all the pieces, and that's why I would suggest you do it as a production line. I'd threaded this. I'd threaded this in advance and it come undone. So this turning gap, although you're going to be sewing these pieces together, it's best to stitch this turning gap close. This will be where the two pieces join. So to do this, pull the thread through, leave an end, because otherwise it will all pull through, and work 2 or 3 stitches on top of each other, and then to slip stitch it close, work under the fold of the fabric on one side and out at the other side, and then work a vertical stitch across into the fold and over. It doesn't have to be super neat, but if you can keep these stitches small, you could over sew it if you prefer. It's just will hold it close because you're going to be sewing it to the other pieces along that side. So it just helps if you sew it closed now, and you just work a couple of stitches on top of each other, and then you can trim that, and then you can trim the other end off. And then give that another little press. So that's the front. Make all of the pieces in exactly the same way. Now, if you want to cut out the windows, I've made one window piece with the blue one because I've sewn all the others together. So this is one I've done a side piece, exactly the same way, right sides facing, wadding, slip stitch the turning gap close. So if you want to cut a window, so you don't have to cut out any pieces. Obviously, if you want the light to shine through, you'll need to cut, and you want to see inside. So to do the window, I'm going to sew around the outside of the window frame, and then I'm going to sew another line outside it, and that just strengthens the edge. So for this, I would reduce your stitch a little bit to sort of 2.2 or 2, because the shorter stitch length really helps. Now, I'm going to sew around the outside. You can sew around the inside of it. It's just I decided that then I could get the tea light through, but I'm going to sew along. It will probably still go through. So the best thing to do is start, just because you're going to do 2 rows of this, a little bit up from the bottom right hand corner, and then you can do 2 rows without stopping. So just a little bit, and then stitch through all the layers to the corner, and you're sewing along the edge of the window frame, and then lift your needle, sew up to the other corner. And because you're sewing along a line, this is really easy. Before I get down there, I'm going to snip off that end. I find it's neater if you snip off the end before you get there. Sew down, and then stitch on top of where you started. And I stitch the next line, it's 1 or, say, 2 stitch lengths beyond. So I've gone beyond that stitch line, and then I'm going to stitch around here. So you're working 2 outlines and make them, say, 2 stitch lengths apart. It just means, because you'll see in a minute, I'm going to cut out this window, and this extra stitching line just stabilises it more. So when I get all the way back down to the bottom, I can then just go back over the bottom line and do 1 reverse stitch, and that just means that you can do 2 lines in the all in one go without stopping and starting, and when you're doing several windows. And then cut it off on the back, and as always, I'm going to give it another little press. Right, then I'm going to cut out the windows. So what you do is you fold it sort of in half and make a little cut in the middle through all the layers. And then if you snip up to the corner, I'm using really sharp, small scissors for this. You can use big scissors, it doesn't matter, they just need to be sharp. Snip right up to the corner, and I would say 2 or 3 fabric threads inside it. And then you can just cut off the window. So go close to the stitching, but not actually into it. But that extra line of stitching just saves you a little bit. Because I've found that it just gives, also, that line of stitching is quilting it as well. So by sewing it like that, you're actually adding a bit of detail, and so putting 2 lines in gives it a bit of a quilt. If you've made the Christmas village, you'll know this, because it's exactly the same thing. Right, so now I've cut out the window. This is where you just need to spend a bit of time with neatening up, because for some reason, although I've cut that out, on the inside it's now a little bit wibbly, so just neaten it up. And then, because this will happen with time, it will start to fray, so get it all done in advance. So if you just pull these edges, then you've done the fraying that's going to happen anyway, and then you can trim them off. because that will happen after a while. So just give it a bit, I mean, obviously, if you find it frays after you've made it, you can always trim these off, but I just think that helps a bit. And then that is your window done. Now, if you want to add quilting details, which I've done, you can do that before or after you cut the windows out. I think I did mine afterwards. But you can see, like on here, what I did with mine is I sewed along the lines, not all of them, I did every other one. And then I sewed, like here, I sewed around the oars and along the bunting. So you can put as much or as little as you want. With the base, I sewed along these lines. And then with the roof pieces, because I wanted to give it that effect of slate tiles, I just sewed some horizontal lines, which I drew on with a friction pen first. That's up to you, but it gives it a bit more detail. But not only that, it makes it a bit more stable as well. So that's the how to make those. And then for joining it together, have I got time? This is, by the way, I mean, this is all in the video tutorial. And to be honest, in the video tutorial, because I'm not rushing, it's going through it very slowly and it explains it. But I'm just going to show you the hand sewing bit. So now you've made the whole beach hut. So you sew it all together in a row. So you start off with, it doesn't matter which way. So you've got the front, the right side, you sew them together, then the back and then the left, and then you sew it all together in a loop. When you then sew the base and the roof on, it's all sewn in exactly the same way. So I'm just going to show you how to sew it together. I found it easier to clip, but you can pin. So place them lining sides facing, and then clip them together, or you can pin them at the bottom, and then at the top. And then in between. And the great thing is about hand sewing, if for some reason you've ended up with one a little bit bigger than the other because the seam allowance, with hand sewing you can ease them into place. So I'm going to sew them together, working from one end up to the other. So I'll just remove that. So secure your thread in the bottom. And as always, whenever you do hand sewing, if you pull the thread all the way through, when you do your first few stitches, it will come out. So leave an end and then work. So when I did that, if I haven't got a lid, that'll start coming through. It just means you don't have to keep redoing it. So work 2 or 3 stitches on top of each other. That's secure. You can then pull that end off. So to start with, only stitch through the outer fabrics, not the lining fabrics. So I'm going to do a few over sewing stitches at the bottom just to hold them nicely together, because it's always at the bottom and the top where it's less stable. And then you're just slip stitching them together. So you can do this in 2 ways. Hold them like this and work under the fabrics on one side and into the other. And whichever way you do it, I find this is the easiest way at the beginning. So you can see you're working under the fold and into that one. Only work through the outer, because then it'll hinge better. So through the fabrics there and over to the other side. And again, this is all in the tutorial. Now, the other way you can do it, and I found this easier with some bits, is lay them flat, clip them together at the top. You can then pin, if you want to, clip them together across the top. If you want to, you can then pin them across. So it doesn't actually matter whether you do it like I've just done it, where you're holding them lining sides facing, or whether you do them flat like this. So those are together, and then then you can thread your needle under the fabric on one side and pull it out. Give it a little pull and it will pull it out. If you ever sew knitting together with mattress stitch, it's the same thing. So you sew it together on one side and then sew it together on the other and then pull it, not too much or you'll break the thread. So that's the other way to do it. And then you join all of them together in the same way. You can also hold it like this. I found when I did it, having sewed together quite a few of these, I started off with the method of holding them lining sides facing, because it's quite hard to start off like this. But I actually found it easier then when I was sewing them together, was to lay it flat and do it like this. But just try. You can also, if you want, hold them lining sides together and just over sew. You don't have to do the slip stitch. If you'd rather over sew them, that's absolutely fine. The stitches will show more, but you know, these are handmade beach huts. They're not supposed to look like machine factory made and beautifully neat. You're supposed to be able to see the stitches. That's the beauty of them. You know, some of your stitching might be off, or your quilting might be slightly wonky, or you haven't cut out the window, but you know, these are handmade items, and that's what makes them so attractive. So give it a little tug when you get to the top, so that's all joined together, and then secure it at the top. And then what I like to do, just to make sure it's really secure, is go through to the back, and I work a couple of stitches on top of each other, and then you can see now, so I work a few, and then if you work them a bit further down from the top, it means that all of the end of the thread isn't at the top of it. And then because you've only worked through the outer, it will then hinge. So what you do then is you join them together, and then you've got all the walls, and then you sew the roof base on the same way, and you sew the roofs on the same way. So easy to make. So get all your machine sewing out the way, and then you can sit in front of the telly in the evening and sew the whole lot together. So that's how to make the beach huts. Right, so we have got 40 people in baskets, and we've got 49 left. So if you want one of these, you need to be really quick with that. A couple of people have asked. Yes. No, you can't really. A few people have asked, can you sew it with the door? Could you make it with the door opening? Well, I'm trying to think about that. Could you do that? I guess you could, because you could sew around the door frame and then just cut that. It's going to get a bit fiddly, to be honest. It's not in the instructions. I need to think about that, because I think the best way to do it would to have a separate door piece, and I'd have to do that separately. So if you feel confident, then I could probably do it, because I would work out a way of, if I cut that and cut that, you can have that. But yes, maybe the next time I do them, I'll have a think, because that would be quite cute, actually, wouldn't it? So maybe we'll make Beach Up Row Part 2, and I'll do them with the door opening. I'm sure there is a way to do it. It's not how I designed it, but it sounds like a good idea, because I didn't want to lose my door, but it would be nice. There's a way around it. What it needs is a separate door piece. That's what I would say. So what you could do is cut out the door, and then from a plain fabric you could make a separate door and sew that on, and it would be like a little hinge. I'll think about that one. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me on my Beach Hut show. I'm glad you liked them as much as I did. Just to recap what we've got left available. So the Beach Hut Row, we're almost sold out of those. So the Beach Hut Row, $19.99, you get 3 beach huts, you get all the fabric, the instructions and the video tutorial. You need half a metre of wadding. H640 is ideal for this, which amazingly is our early bird, and it's £1 off. And it's available it's multi-buy, half metre, so the more, as you buy, it'll come as a whole cut piece. Every half metre you buy, you will save £1, but only till midnight. So you only need half a metre. The other things that you will need is bond web for the bunting, optional. That's it, really. I mean, I put a little button on, that kind of thing, bit of string. The beach hut, the full size, the beach hut bunting is sold out. Okay. The feature panel, which is behind me. Right, the charms, we won't be able to get any more charm squares today, but we will be able to get some more. Yeah, we do. We often do recap shows, and what I try to do when we do a recap show, like I've got a 12, is I'll put things in that have sold out most recently so that we can get them back for you. This feature panel, there we go. So you get 3 18-inch squares. They make brilliant cushions and bags. When I did John's show last Saturday, I used the feature panels. I made them into napkins. I don't know whether you saw that. But wouldn't they make the best beach napkins for picnics? And I showed you a way of binding the edges with the plain fabric that look really cool. Or you can use them to make a quilt. But wouldn't these be the best napkins for your picnic? That'd be the poshest picnic, wouldn't it? Beach up napkins. There's a free pattern on the Amber Makes website of how to do bound napkins. It's called Christmas napkins if you want to do that, because I did it for Christmas. Or you can join them together to make a whole quilt like that. I've used charm squares for mine, but you could just use plain fabric because that would work just as well. So 3 18-inch panels for all your beach hut theme makes. We do have a bundle of beach hut coloured fabrics. So this saving as well. So there's 6 fabrics here. Green, green, mint, can't remember what that one's called, apple. Mint, apple, scarlet, orange, sunshine, and I think that one was marine. So beach hut colours. So if you've bought the feature panel and you want to make a quilt or a play mat or cushions or whatever, these colours go beautifully with it. And I think the beach bag has sold, I think. Yeah? Sorry, just asking him. Oh, no, there are a few of the beach bags, beach hut totally totes left. But we have got loads of you've got it in your basket. So if you want the beach hut totally tote, you need to get checked out with that. This is the one I take on holiday with me every year. Not this particular one. I did actually make my own. Otherwise, I didn't have one. Although this is the wrong colour, yours won't look cloudy. Yours will actually be sunny and lovely. There we go. So thank you so much for joining me for the Beach Hut Show. I've had a lovely time. I'm glad you've enjoyed the beach huts as much as I do. I'll be back with you in a few minutes with Amber doing that gorgeous dress, and then there will be more Amber Makes kits and another one of it's going to be a summer theme due to the summer solstice roundabout, and that's at 12. And I've got quite a lot of things back in stock that we haven't had in for a while. But I'll see you back here for a bit of lovely dressmaking in a few minutes' time.
Now, normally when you sew 2 pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So we don't do it the normal way. This is how we do it. So instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it, and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here. You've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture, and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. Although apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So we're on for more dressmaking. Yes, love a dressmaking. Let me show you this dress. So this is the Tomigaya shirt dress. Isn't it gorgeous? Has a really nice sleeve. You can make it as long sleeve or short sleeve, but I love the ruffle. I'm always a sucker for a ruffle or a bell shape or anything with a sleeve. Love that one. It's got a really nice waistline, because it's gathered, so it fits. So it sort of cinches you in, it's nice and fitted. But then it's that classic shirt dress with the buttons down the front, you've got the collar, and it has pockets, see? Now, this will carry you through different seasons, but you could use it with different fabrics. In fact, it's refined, yet elegant and casual. Oh, it sounds like me. God, I'd love to be refined yet elegant and casual. I'm not sure which one. I could go casual. I think I could go casual. I'm not sure about refined yet elegant. This classic shirt dress can go anywhere and be worn in multiple ways. Yeah, so you can use different fabrics for it. So you can do the short sleeves or you can do the long sleeves. It's got a below the knee skirt which can be lengthened or shortened. And it can be layered in cooler weather. That's a good idea. So you could put like a long sleeve top underneath it. Gorgeous. I'm loving the sleeve. This is my favourite bit. I love a sleeve.
It's got some really beautiful gathers at the back as well. You've got your yoke, your classic shirt yoke at the back.
Oh, let me show you. Let me show you. Oh, that is nice. Look at that. It's got that really nice gather. So it's a really nice fit. And I think this waist is, I love the elasticy bit.
Yeah.
It's really flattering, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's not tight.
No, I mean, you can adjust it to whatever you need it to be.
But it's nice not having us sort of totally fitted with the
Yeah.
gathers. It gives you a bit of room. So how lovely is that? So this is the pattern. It's $19.99 and it is sizes 32-inch bust up to a 46-inch bust. So it's got a nice big size range. See on the front of the pattern, that's what it's like in just a plain chambray. So all different sorts of fabric, whether you do it, Amber's going to be showing it as in a denim, which is completely different look. Same dress, totally different look. So those are all the sizes, and obviously it has got body measurements as well as finished measurements as well. So you can measure a dress that fits you against this to see which size to make. So that's the dress. Now, sorry, the back. No, I think that will be the Rice Krispie cake I just ate. Very quickly. Hay fever, no, Rice Krispie cake. I think part of a Rice Krispie got caught. It's probably been there for ages. I just found it. Felt I needed a cake. Now, the fabric that Amber has used to make this one is this fabric. There's a lot of fabric here as well. It's like a sort of a watercolour effect. It's a 4-metre bundle, 143 centimetres wide. It's 75% viscose, 15% linen and 10% cotton. So it's a really nice mixture, all natural fabrics. So you've got the viscose, which gives it the fluidity. You've got the linen that gives it that nice sort of texture. And then you've got the cotton to make it breathable. So it's beautiful. You've got the ideal combination of the viscose with the linen and the cotton. And it's like a watercolour effect, isn't it? Beautiful. Very springy, isn't it? Well, then, you know, those makes you think of spring greens, but lovely for the summer. That's enough fabric for up to the largest size, so that will cover whatever size you do. There's enough fabric there. So $36.99 for 4 metres of fabric is a really affordable price, isn't it? I mean, obviously, you could use it for other things. You don't have to use it for this dress. But, you know, we've chosen this specifically because it suits this kind of pattern. But $36.99. Right, we have it in other colours as well. Should we go for this bright one? This is amazing. Look at this. This is gorgeous. Look at that. Let me just, I'm going to put it in front of the look, that is statement dress, isn't it? You know, if you were going to a summer wedding, nobody else would be wearing that, would they? That is light. Look at the colour on that one. Beautiful for special occasions or just going on holiday, because you've got that nice gathered waist. You know, you can eat what you like. It doesn't matter if you're feeling a bit like, oh, I had too much dinner last night, or if you're going out. But any, you know, garden party, can you imagine looking like that? It's like summer fireworks, isn't it? So again, $36.99. It's exactly this linen mix slub fabric, 4 metre bundle, absolutely stunning. And all of the colours, that means it's easy to accessorise. So it will go with, you know, you can choose, you've got a variety of colours there to choose your shoes and your handbag and everything. Also, you know, you've got 4 metres there. If you were making a jumpsuit or a maxi dress or something, or maybe you're making trousers with a plain top, you know, that's a very affordable, $36.99 for 4 metres of fabric, and it is gorgeous. You can see how it sits well on the dress. But if you love this print, then get the fabric. We only have 12 bundles of this one left. So you need to be quick with these. Now, I've got another one. I love this one. I've got a dress in this sort of colour with flowers on, and I really like it. It's looking a bit washed out now, so maybe I should make another one. It was one I bought. But that blue is lovely in the background. It's that real lovely periwinkle blue, which is very flattering because it's a purpley blue. And then with the flowers all over it, again, it's exactly the same fibre content of the dress that Amber's made, but just in these colours. I mean, again, statement dress. That is absolutely stunning. I love that blue. Beautiful. And again, accessorising. So if you want a cardigan with it, you know, you've got that white, you've got the sage green, you've got the mauve. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Love that one. $36.99 for that one. 4 metre bundle, which is amazing because dressmaking fabric can be expensive. So it's really nice that we can search around and make it affordable. If you want that kind of bluey, greeny, tealy, duck eggy colour, leaves. Now that's nice, isn't it?
Love that one.
Do you like that one?
Yeah. It looked nice in the wide leg trousers as well.
It would, wouldn't
Yeah.
it? Gorgeous. Yeah, trousers would be lovely. And it's got that real painterly feel.
Yeah.
It's almost like oil painting where you've got those big stripes of colour. But again, gorgeous, isn't it? And I think when you use a big, bold print like this and then you make it into a classic shirt dress, the combination of the two works so well. $36.99 for that. 4 metre bundle. You can use that to make up to the largest size. Very, very affordable, isn't it? It's nice as well because it's all very breathable. Now, we've also got the denims. Can't be a denim dress. Love a denim dress. So let me show you. We've got them in the 3 colours. Well, this isn't denim. This is a chambray. They call them a 4-ounce denim. So they're not actually denims. They're denim colour. But they are a 4-ounce. So this is like a chambray. So this is light blue. But... oh, yeah, so they do. It is the lightest one, but that's the colour of it. 100% cotton, 146 centimetres wide. It's like a light blue chambray, so it's ideal for this dress. Really, really light in the summer. $38.99 for that one. Beautiful. Then we've got the medium weight one. So... and this one's called medium blue. I just need to open it out. This is a 4-ounce denim. Is this the colour that you're working with?
I think it's the next one.
Or you're doing the darker one. Let me. I'll have to fold the whole thing to get so you can see the colour. That's the colour.
No, I think it is that one.
Yeah, that's true. So this is the colour that Amber will be working with. It's lovely, isn't it? And you can't beat a denim dress. Just the colour. But this is nice because it's the denim colour. So, and it's woven with one colour in the weft and one in the warp, so you get that denim look mix. But it's not your traditional woven heavy denim. It's just that colour and the weave. But it's gorgeous, isn't it? That's just your standard medium blue, $38.99. And then we have the darkest one next. Just depends what shade of denim you like the most. Right, that's the colour. That's the colour of the dark one. There we go. But you know what? You can use both sides of it. Sometimes I do, because they both look nice, don't they? You can use different bits for different bits of the dress as well if you want a contrast. Buy one fabric and you could do the sleeves on the wrong side and the rest of it on the other side, and it gives it a nice contrast. So that's your dark one, but it's a good weight for this dress. $38.99 for that 4-metre bundle. Right, just before we go to demo, I just need to go through this bright one because it's been really popular. We're on single figures on this. I'm just warning you about this beautiful, gorgeous. Once everyone checks out, we've only got 2 of these bundles left. It is absolutely stunning, isn't it? It's bright, it's vibrant, it is summery. It's beautiful. But you know what? Even wearing something like this in the winter is lovely, isn't it? Because it just gives you the bit of colour that we all need. And it is quite, I mean, it could be quite autumny because you've got those oranges and those sort of deep pinks in there as well. $36.99 for that one. Right, so we've got the pattern, we've got the fabric. What do we do next, Amber?
Okay, so I'm going to demo hopefully 3 things today.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with the ironing ruler. And I'm going to use it to do the button stand at the front.
So this is something we normally stock on Sewing Street. We're out of stock of them at the moment, but they are on order. But just so you can see, or those of you already got them, what you do with them.
So basically, anywhere where you've got, say, a hem or you need to fold to a certain distance, rather than using your pen and your tape measure, you can use this. Mm-hmm. So in the pack, it does have this one, and it comes with a smaller one, which would be great for things like necklines or anything a little bit smaller. But I'm just going to use the bigger one today. So you can see that it's got solid lines. They show the 1 centimetre increments, and then the dotted lines in between, it shows the 0.5. So it's double-sided. You've got this long length here, which would be great if you're doing like a skirt hem.
Okay.
And then this side here is great for anything that's maybe like an armhole where you need to fold and a slight curve, so you need to adjust it a little bit. It's also, I don't know if you can see, it's got holes in it as well. So you've got these elements which you can pop out. So what you can do, say if I had to measure a 1 centimetre seam allowance on here, you can place it at the 1 centimetre line and you use the cutout areas to mark along the edge. So it's multi-purpose and it's heat resistant. So
amazing.
You can use it while you're ironing.
So you can use it for marking and for pressing
as
well.
So this is the button stand, and it's been folded under 1 centimetre and then a further 2.5 centimetres, and it's also interfaced. So you can see on this one here, you've got your 1 centimetre gap, then you've got your 1 inch interfacing, and we're going to fold it exactly like this. So the great thing about this ruler is you'll get it really, really beautiful and straight and flat. So what you do is, just turn the iron on. Okay. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure 1 centimetre, because we're going to fold over the first fold. So I'm going to place my ruler at the edge of the interfacing, and I'm going to fold my fabric over the ruler until it hits that 1 centimetre line. And then after that, I'm just going to take my iron and I'm going to press. You want to make sure that the edge of the ruler is butt up against the fabric. You don't want any gaps, because it'll make the fold wider. So just moving it across. So if I just move the ruler out of the way, you can see you've got a beautiful pressed 1 centimetre line. So I'll just do the bottom half. So again, you just fold it over till it hits the 1 centimetre line, and you press as you go. So it's so much quicker than just using your ruler or any other kind of tool.
That's fabulous. It's really accurate.
It definitely is well, and it's beautiful and flat.
Because I always mark and then press, and then sometimes those marks disappear because I've used a pen.
Or sometimes where you've kind of like pressed it and you're folding again, there's like a slight bump or anything. This is just beautiful and flat. So I'm just going to fold it over again. So this is now 2.5 centimetres because it's an inch. So I'm just going to fold it over till I hit the 2.5 centimetre line, and then I'm going to press again. Just move it across. So you can see how beautiful that is. Flat, precise, really, really neat. Okay, so the next stage is just to sew that down, just to secure the button stand, but you can just see how easy that was. I mean, whenever I'm teaching, I always get my students to get one because it just makes the process, especially the learning process, so much easier, more enjoyable.
It's brilliant,
It is.
They'll be back in stock soon. We'll let you know as soon as they are. But yeah, and that's a brilliant tool.
Okay,
I
so
need one of them.
I'm just going to sew that down now. I will use it again at the next stage as well. So honestly, it's a great tool to have in your sewing box.
It's not just saving time; it's accuracy.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
You don't have to be sewing long to get a really beautiful professional finish at all.
Yeah, I guess it's just knowing.
Yeah.
All your little tips and tricks.
Right, so that's done. I think I'll just quickly do this one as well. Just quickly sew it. Okay, so that's both button stands now sewn in. You can press it so it's nice and flat. So what I wanted to show is how to construct the yoke panel at the back, because it's lined. So it's very similar to the top I did this morning where the inside is nicely finished.
Oh, okay.
So what I've done is this yoke panel is cut too. The bottom panel has some gathers in it. So I've placed the gathers in, and then I've just sandwiched the yoke panels in between.
So all those raw edges have neatened off.
And I've sewn it. So the seam allowance is, at some areas, 1 centimetre and others it's 1.5. So that's how I've got to this stage now. Now, the reason why I wanted to show this section of the construction is because the pattern, well, there's two ways of doing it. So the pattern instructs that when you're going to attach the shoulder seams of the back to the front, you attach the shoulder seam to the lining. So you would sew it right sides together this way. Okay, and you would sew it along there. Now to finish this section, you would fold it under 1 centimetre, and where there would be a seam, sorry, let me just do that again. Yeah, I'll pin it actually, it might be easier to see. So the instruction says to pin it to the lining side, like so. And then when you open when you open up the edge, where the second yoke is, you would fold under the 1 centimetre here.
Oh, okay, right.
I'll just put the wrong side to the wrong side. Just bear with me. It's that one.
That's all right.
Okay. Because basically this would be secured, and then it tells you to fold that under like that and sew it.
So you get a really nice, neat inside and out.
But my worry was I would rather this section be on the inside, so it's hidden.
Right.
So you don't have to worry about that being symmetrical on each side or straight or anything because it's hidden on the inside.
Okay.
So I would just flip it the opposite way, where you would put your right sides together on the outside, like so. So I'll just sew this. So it's 1.5 centimetres.
Oh, so the sort of the covering up of the yoke happens on the inside
instead
of the garment.
of on the outside,
Right.
which is on the right side.
Okay, no, that makes sense. So
Yeah.
that if you don't do it perfectly,
It doesn't matter if it's
yes,
hidden on the
yeah.
inside, yeah. Okay, so I'll quickly sew that. So it's 1.5 centimetres. So now I'm going to get my ironing ruler again, and I'm going to press this under 1 centimetre. And I'll actually press open the shoulder seams while I'm at it, just so you get a nice finish.
it looks lovely in this fabric, doesn't it?
It does.
I know it's like, it's a bit of a go-to, isn't it, denim?
Yeah.
It's a bit safe, but it just, I always think it makes such a nice dress. I cannot tell you how many denim dresses I've got in pinafores or denim colours, because they just look nice.
They do, and there's so much you can do with denim. I mean, I love the three denims that you've got over there together. They blend really well.
Yeah, and because you can use the other side,
there's so much you can do.
You can just turn it over and have slightly different coloured sleeves, which is genius.
Okay, so I'll just show the ironing ruler again at the shoulder. So I'm going to fold over the fabric to the 1.5 centimetre line, and I'm going to press. Okay, I'll do the other side as well. So fold over again to the 1.5 centimetre line and press. Okay. Okay. So for now, open up the front and the back. Where we folded the yoke, this now sits over the seam, the shoulder seam, like so.
Ah, okay.
And then we can pin and sew that in place, and then it's just a beautiful finish on the inside.
That is really nice. I know you don't see it, but it's quite satisfying.
Yeah.
Having a nice
finish
like that on the inside.
Yeah.
And I can see what you mean now about that lovely gathered back.
Really, really flattering. Okay, so I'll just quickly sew that. And for this, you can just, it's a nice decorative top stitch. If you wanted to sew it from the right side, you can. If you wanted to do top stitching in contrast fabric, you can. If you wanted a neater finish, you could do it by hand as well. Just depends on what kind of look you're going for.
Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. What would I do? I think I would tack it and then I'd do it from the right side.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure I trust myself it being completely straight and neat if it was different.
No, that's a fair point.
I mean, it might be, but...
It's whatever you're comfortable with, yeah.
Or I've done it before, I've hand sewed it and then sewed it from the right side, just in case you didn't catch it under.
Okay, so you can see now, really, really nice finish on the inside. And I just think it's just so much better at being hidden on the inside rather than the outside, because you want that symmetry if you can.
Yeah, no, it does look lovely.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly do the other side, and then what I'm going to move on to next is the collar. I feel like the collar is an element that a lot of people get a bit intimidated by.
Well, yeah, it's not something you do at the beginning of dressmaking.
Yeah.
So it might be the next stage where you think, oh, can I do this? Actually, do you know what? You could do it without the collar, couldn't you? I do like
like a stand. Yeah,
I
you
love
could.
those type of collars.
Yeah, you could do.
That's quite nice, actually. So if you don't fancy doing the collar, it's quite nice. I quite like that.
So I'll just quickly...
That sort of... because that's always an option, isn't it? If you don't want the formal collar look, I'm just going to cut the collar off. I'm not actually going to cut it, but you know. It's quite nice like that, isn't it? With the sort of less, like a sort of a granddad shirt look.
Yeah. I was trying to remember what the name was. But yeah, granddad shirt.
Yeah, that's quite, if you wanted it less formal, depends on the look, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You could do that. Right, so just while you're doing that, I'm going to go do the pattern.
Sure.
Right, so the pattern, again, it is the Tomigaya. Am I saying that right, do you think?
I think so, Tomigaya, yeah.
Tomigaya shirt dress. There we go. It goes from bust size 32.5 inches to 38.5 inches. And then, and it does give the finished dress measurements as well. So measure it against something you've already got, and then you know that you're doing the right size. Because obviously the finished measurements is quite different to the actual body measurements, just because of the ease that they choose. And you might choose a different ease. You might want less ease or more ease. So just choose the one you want. So that's the pattern, $19.99. And the fabric that you will need what we've given you in the bundle, because we've given you enough. And then you will need some interfacing and elastic, which we have. We have elastic. So that's the pattern. The fabric. This is very popular. So popular. I'm not surprised. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's a linen viscose cotton blend. We've got more of you who've got this in baskets than it's available. Remember, there's 4 meters here. So even if you're not buying it for this pattern, you might want to buy it for other things. Look lovely as a blouse. Those trousers, great, because you've got 4 meters, like more than enough for linen type trousers. I think that's gorgeous. And with the viscose in it, you see, whereas your linen trousers, they crease. As soon as you stand up, you're like, oh well. You just have to accept the fact that they look creased. That's part of it. But if you don't want that look, then get something with a bit of viscose in. It's beautiful, isn't it? We only have 3 bundles left. And more of you got it in baskets. It's $36.99 for the whole 4 meters. It's a whole cut length. But we only have 3 of them left. Now, the fabric that the sample that Amber made this is also in single figures. Again, it's that same cotton, linen, viscose mix. It's beautiful, isn't it? Well, I wouldn't need to open it all out. You can see it on the dress. But it drapes well. The colour of it is spring. It's fresh. It's really lovely. I would choose, if I was going to accessorise with it, I would pick up that dark green, because there's just little bits of it here and there.
The teal's beautiful.
I mean, you could pick up the white, but I just think if you picked up the teal there or the dark green, that would just pull those colours out and really give you a lovely multicoloured effect. Low on stock in that one, single figures, very, very popular again. And then the denim, I'll just do that before Amber moves on to the next one. The denim that Amber is demonstrating with, this medium coloured denim. We've got a bundle of that, $38.99 for that. That's the medium blue. So if you want the one that she's demonstrating with, that's that one. Okay, we've also got some new fabrics. We haven't bundled them. These are brand new. We've got them in by the ½ metre. So you will need, to make the largest size, you'll need 4 metres, which is 8 units. This is a beautiful fabric. These are gorgeous. It's Japanese cotton lawn. Ooh. That is gorgeous. Look at that. 100% cotton. You will need 4 metres of this, so 8 units. It's really high quality. It is Japanese cotton lawn. Brand new today. Obviously, you can use it for many other things as well, but Japanese cotton lawn, it's absolutely stunning. It's only just come in, it's only been checked into the warehouse. We didn't have time to bundle them, but we just thought we'd show them so that you can see. 1/2 metre, these are, what's the width of them? 110 centimetres wide, but they are just come into the warehouse. So if you want Japanese cotton lawn, I've got it in 3 colours. So that's that one. I've also got it in this gorgeous burgundy. See, we don't often have cotton lawn, and it's not normally this Japanese. So this is a little bit of a treat. If you're a dressmaker, I mean, you can use it for quilting, but obviously it is beautiful, isn't it? Really lovely. I mean, it's fine, it's gorgeous. So whether you want to use it for other dressmaking purposes or this dress, but it's beautiful, beautiful quality. I think the quality of printing and the fabric that comes out of Japan is gorgeous, and a lot of the main fabric houses in the US, they particularly use the Japanese printing because it is gorgeous. I've also got it in black, and then we can go back to our demo. The black has been the most popular. Isn't that lovely? Black cotton lawn. Gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. So if you're looking for something a little bit special, $7.99 for 1/2 metre of, navy. I'm going black with that one. I don't think that's navy. I think maybe they named it after the photo. If it's navy, it's the darkest navy I've ever seen. I think it's black. Do you think it's black?
It looks black.
It is, isn't it? It's not just me. Anyway. Yeah, we're going with that. If it's navy, it's very, very, very dark navy. Right, Amber, so you've sewn the other side in.
Yes, so we have the front joined to the back at the shoulders and the inside yoke panel completed. So the next step is the collar. So I thought I'd show the paper pattern pieces simply because the notches that is on here and the dots are very, very important. So just make sure you transfer them. Now, I tend to cut my notches outwards. I know there's like a debate on how you cut your notches, but I think for this, it really does help. How do you cut your notches? Do you snip into it or you?
No, because I always worry about snipping too far.
Yeah,
so I would
do it this way as well.
or I'd mark it.
Yeah.
But not snip in.
Yeah, definitely.
Only because I wouldn't trust myself.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I just know I'd snip too far.
It's harder to see when you've done a snip.
And then and also you have to go all the way along and keep pulling it apart, don't you? And then, no, I normally do it like that actually, or mark it. But it is hard to see, isn't it?
It is. I think it's 10 times easier like
this.
this.
I think that's nice. I mean, I know everyone has their own way, but if you can't find your notches,
this is the way to do it. Okay, so the collar itself, so both of them are cut to, the stand and the collar. So what I've done here, I've cut to and I've joined it all together around the outside. I've turned it inside out and I've pressed. You can see if I open it up that one side is interfaced, and then the seam, which is sewn the 2 pieces together, has been trimmed down. You can understitch if you wish to. You don't have to. You could do a top stitch. Alternatively, I've just pressed it. Okay, so that's that piece. And you can see here, this is the dot that would have been in the corner here.
Right.
Now, with the stands, there's a few more markings. So you've got the dots here. These are really, really important when it comes to attaching it to the shirt. So make sure it's transferred. What I've done, if I turn the pieces to the wrong side, is I've just marked it with the water erasable pen. On one of the collar stand pieces, it's interfaced. On the other, it's not. On the collar piece, which is interfaced, I've also done a 1 centimetre stitch. This is where you're going to fold it under on the inside and you'll hand stitch it to secure. So you can press that. I might just do that really quickly.
Oh, so do you sew that line?
You do.
Okay.
You sew it in. It makes it easier once the collar is attached to have that stitching line in it.
That's a good. I've never seen that before. I've just had the sort of you've got to fold it under, and it isn't easy, is it? I've never seen it as a stitch line.
It gives you something to as your guide line. So you just fold it. Let me just move it.
And it actually then a bit like I've done it with stay stitch. It folds over better.
It does. So you can see the stitch line there. So I'm just going to fold it over. So the stitch line is just on the inside of the fold, and then I'm going to press, and it will just make the finishing of the collar easier later on. Hopefully I'll get to show the entire process because there's quite a bit to it. So I'll just quickly move that across. I mean, with this stitch line, I use it in other areas of dressmaking, especially hems, if it's like a circle skirt or something.
Yeah, that's such a good idea.
Because it's like a staying stitch as well. It holds it in place so it doesn't shift. So if you've got something really wide or something liable to stretch or anything, it's just good to
yeah, see, I've never thought, because I mean, obviously you do the stay stitching when you're doing necklines and things, but that's such a
multi-purpose
good idea.
technique.
Like that.
Okay, so just get rid of those paper pieces. We don't need that just yet. Okay, so we're just going to deal with the stand at the moment. So you can see we've got the notches here. What we're going to do is we're going to attach this to the neckline, and we're going to sandwich this neckline in between the stand. So I'm just going to take the piece which isn't interfaced and place it at the centre notch, and I'll do the same for this one. And then I'm just going to pin it all across the neckline, and then we'll sew it in. So you can see here already why your notch markings are really, really important. You want everything to line up.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Now, once you get to the end, you have your first black dot marking from your pattern. This is where the edge finishes. So you will have that 1 centimetre overlay. This is important later on as well. So I'll just pin that in place. So when you're going to sew this seam in, you are not going to sew across this edge. You'll finish at that dot in the corner. So you may need to ease this in. It is a slight curve. Collars can be a bit... There's multiple ways of sewing collars, isn't there? But I found this one to be quite...
Yeah, no, various different ways about like how much of the stand sticks out and how much doesn't. And but I like that notch, all those notches, matching it all up, because you can really see where you're going.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just quickly do the other side.
I think with these independent pattern companies as well, they really think through all these processes, don't they?
Yeah.
They've sort of, I think they've kind of changed the, I don't know what you think, but it feels like to me like they've changed the dressmaking scene in that there's more about, is that the best way to do it? Is there an easier way to do it? Whereas in the past, all these sort of, the big pattern companies, they always did in a very set way where it wasn't always explained. And now all these independent pattern companies have blown up.
Yeah.
And they're often, they're just people who have sewn themselves, set it up out of a passion, and they sort of explain things or do clever little hacks and details.
Yeah.
They didn't used to exist. I know when I was like a teenager and starting dressmaking, it was all the big pattern companies, and you'd read it and go, what? What? And there'd be this tiny line drawing. And you think, I've absolutely no idea.
It is a skill to know how to to understand patterns.
It was like a different language.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But then these indie companies, I think they explain things better. Like you say, that's a really good way of having... the way that they do it and the notches and...
I feel like it's also good that they have the videos as well, because everyone's learning style is different.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I tend to learn from watching and doing as opposed to reading. So I love a video. It just makes so much more sense to see.
Well, also, I think it's the way sometimes people word things, and the way that you interpret those words is a different way to someone else will interpret them. Yeah. And you go, oh.
And certain things, it's like, how on earth do you explain that? Like the whole burrito thing. How do you put that into words?
Yeah, how do you put that into words too? Yeah. Yeah, you need to see it.
Yeah. Okay, so that's all pinned across the neckline, and we've got that 1 centimetre overlap here. So I'm just going to sew, and I'm going to start at the first dot, and I'm going to continue on straight until I hit the other one. So just move your pins up the way as you go, adjust it because you are sewing on a curve, so you want it to, you don't want to catch any pieces in, so just adjust it as you go. So just coming to the end. So again, we're only sewing to that mark.
Okay. So, oh, I don't have much time. Just looking at that. Okay, so I'm not going to press it because I want to move on to the next bit. I might have to explain it if I don't get a chance to say. That's all right, don't worry.
Okay, so you can see that's the stand. So you can see this fold mark is where you're going to stitch it, finish it on the inside by hand. Okay, so next is you get your collar piece. You can see we've got our 3 notches there again.
Oh, right, okay. So you can't go wrong, can you? Unless you put your notches in the wrong place. But
yeah, it just makes it so much easier, doesn't it?
It really does. And this is well, I mean, I know people do inward notches, but you've got to pull it all apart and
to find
them.
it.
So, but then some people prefer that, I guess. But having those notches is brilliant for placement. So however you mark them.
Okay, so again, you've got this notch here. So this is where you know the edge of the collar piece is going to sit.
Because the collar sticks out beyond.
So that's good.
But that is sort of like saving you a bit, isn't it?
It
is.
If
you match your notches, then it's going to work.
It saves you thinking, where's the paper pattern? I need to check it again.
Oh, do you know, there's times I've done that and gone, now which bit is that? Why didn't I mark the stuff on?
Okay, so we will now sew that in. It's your 1 centimetre seam allowance again. So, I mean, I always press as I go and trim where there's a lot of bulk. I've not done this today on this, obviously. But okay, so I'm just going to sew that in now. And again, you're just starting from the edge, right at the edge of the collar, not further across. And you're going to stitch your 1 centimetre.
It's nice doing this collar all like this when at this stage because you're kind of finishing off the top of the dress in one go.
Yeah, definitely.
That's it, it's now a blouse.
Okay, so I just want to come right to the edge, not any further. Okay, so that's now sewn in. So you can really see it's starting to take shape.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Now the next bit is a little bit fiddly. So what we need to do is we need to finish off that raw edge here. Now what we do is we'll fold the interface side back on itself here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it is a bit fiddly. You can pin the collar out the way just so that you can get to it. So you can see your notches are matching up there. This is now matching nice and flat. You can see where your 2 dots are. You're literally joining this stitch round to this edge there.
And then that sort of
it creates the curve at the edge.
Nice.
So I'll quickly sew that.
So the pattern, just while you're sewing that, I'll go through the pattern one more time. $19.99, it's available in sizes, well, it says 0 to 20, but in bust, that means 32 to 46. It's been a fantastic demo. So remember, all our demos are available on YouTube afterwards. So when you get your pattern home, or if you want to watch it back, I mean, Amber's a fantastic teacher. I think understanding how that, because all collars are put in slightly differently. Some you do it one way, the other way. And actually, I think, well, people have their preferred way, don't they? But it's really nice to see different ways to doing things. And I think that makes such a neat collar. It's a lovely demo to watch. That's the pattern, $19.99. Do we have all the fabric bundles left, Hannah? Right. Okay, the sunflower print one, we are very low. Right, we have 3 of these left in baskets, and there are loads. There's 3 of these left in stock, and there are loads more than that in baskets. So if you want this one, then do get checked out. It could be you. You might be the one missing out. Let's just watch the end of this.
Sure.
I don't want to miss this.
Okay, so if the camera wants to zoom in, you can see I've just sewn that edge. Now, you would trim it down. I'm not going to do that because we're strapped on time, but I'm just going to turn it through and you can see how this edge comes together.
Because sometimes that's done before the collar's added, isn't it? And sometimes, I like this.
Yeah. So, of course, if that was trimmed down, that would sit a lot flatter.
Yeah.
But you can see that's where the shape is. And then on the inside, you can start to see how it's starting to take shape. You've got that nice edge folded under. You would literally fold it up, place it over that stitching, finish it by hand, and that's your collar done.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's been such a clear demo. And I think that little bit there would be something that I think reading the pattern, you think, oh.
Definitely.
Because that's hard to explain.
Yeah, yeah, very.
That's been brilliant. Well, see, there you go. See, I'm the same as the blouse pattern earlier. Those bits where you have to kind of make it to understand. Amber's done that for us already. So do check out on the pattern and the fabric bundles. It's been wonderful working with you. Finally.
Yeah.
Finally again. Do you know when you're going to be back with us?
Gosh, what month are we? June.
We
I
are
will
in
be back in August.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
I'm jetting off on holiday, so I'm taking.
Nice, are you?
So yes, I think it's the 24th. I can announce it on Facebook or something.
Have a lovely holiday.
Thank you so much. Hopefully we get to work together again.
Yeah, let's hope so. We will now. We will now. Once this gets started, sometimes it's just when your days collide.
I know.
So let's hope so.
It's been great.
It's been lovely. Learned absolutely loads. Brilliant. I want one of those rulers. Right, I will be back with you in a few minutes' time, and we're going to do an Amber Makes. It's all been about Amber today, hasn't it? Amber and Amber Makes. The summer solstice celebration roundup show. Lots of our kits back in stock that were out of stock, and we've got patterns on their own as well. So I'll see you back in just a few minutes.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
so many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm gonna have a quilt.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently, what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions, and giveaways. And they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool, and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket, or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. Sorry, I was a bit confused then. Sorry. Lovely to see you back. So we are going to do the summer roundup of Amber Make Shows because it's summer solstice today and we are celebrating the summer. Let me just move the trolley because I've lost Dan. 1 second. Right. Then I've got everything. Right, we're going to start with hot air balloons, but I don't know where the bag is. But I've got a picture of it. It's definitely in the cupboard, but I can't find it. So this is a bag we did a few years ago, and it's completely sold out. But I persuaded them that we could have it back so that we could sell today, because that's kind of summery vibe, isn't it? So the Totally Tote, we designed this because it's a Totally Tote. It's got nice long handles, it's got a roomy box bottom, it's got an internal zip pocket, and it's got a matching zip purse. So what more can you want in life? It's got everything, that's why it's Totally. You will get the printed panel and the full instructions, and this also comes with a video tutorial. So if you're brand new to sewing and you want to make your own fabulous tote bag, this is for you. So what you get on the panel, you've got beautiful, these are all illustrated by Amy, so they're all completely exclusive to Amber Makes. We don't use anyone else's designs or prints, and we don't get them off places. They are all designed by Amy specifically. So that's the outside with the hot air balloons. Then you've got the lining of little hot air balloons. And then you've got the pocket, the internal pocket, which says secret things. And then you've got the pieces to make the mini zip purse, which is just a miniature version, both the top section and the bottom of the main bag. And it has the lining as well. It's the cutest thing. And it's even got like the little zip tabs and extra balloons, just because, and labels as well. So you'll get full instructions for this, and there is a video tutorial for all of our Totally Totes. And I would show it to you, but I can't find it. We have... It's somewhere in the cupboard, and I can't find it. Or maybe someone's borrowed it. All of them. Right, so I have a sample of all of them, except for that one. But the hot air balloon always keeps going out of stock, so I persuaded them that we could have that one back. Because it's very summery, isn't it? The balloons always go up in the summer. It's that lovely summer, evening sound, isn't it? Was that a good impression? Let's do garden birds next. Right, so now I've got this one. This is the garden birds Totally Tote. I love this one. It's a beautiful shade. You've got this lovely apple green. This hasn't been on for over a year. And it's got the blue tits, got the garden birds in the bird feeder in the tree, and then you've got them in that sort of larger bird feeder. But it's got that kind of watercolour look to it. It's really pretty, isn't it? I love the lime green. So this section here, the bottom is sewn on separately to that. This has got an H640 in it if you are wadding, so you can quilt round it if you want to. So you could quilt round the birdhouse and make it really stand out. It then has a beautiful matching, I'll show you, lining. So there's the lining. Now, obviously, you could just use your own fabric for the lining, and then you could use this to make another bag. But I think it's really special. That was the whole point of being the Totally Tote, was that it's roomy, it's got long handles, it's got a beautiful matching lining. And then look at the zip purse. It's just a miniature version of the main one, and it even has the lining as well. And you just have to provide your own, it was undone already, your own little zip to put on across the top. So that is the garden birds. I'll just show you the panel. Just turn it back the right way. So again, obviously, full instructions, because it's the same instructions for all of the Totally Totes, because they're all made in the same way. And then on the panel, you get all of the pieces. So it's all there. It's absolutely beautiful. They're all illustrated by Amy specifically so that everything fits. So there's you've got, and you can see all the extra bits of space. So the bottom corners have little cutout bits, but Amy's filled them with little birds. You don't need them, but why waste that? So you can use those little cutout bits for extra things. They're really nice on quilt labels. There's even 2 labels. So you've got a label that says this bag belongs to, and 2 extra ones in case you want. You can even use them for other projects. And then with that space, there's extra garden birds as well. So that's really cute, isn't it? All 100% cotton, all digitally printed. There's the little internal pocket. All of the seam allowances are included on all of the fabric pieces, so that all you have to do is cut them out and sew them together. Janet says, I must say Amber Makes videos are the best I've seen, step by step. Well done, Rebecca. Thank you very much, Janet. Thank you. Because I do have to, they do take a while. I have to think about them anyway. But I try and do them. So what I do is I tend to make the whole kit once. So I know, well, I've designed it already. I've made it as a prototype. Amy then designs, so I give all the sizes and the measurements. She then does all the artwork, designs it, has it printed on fabric. I then make one of them, and then I do a video tutorial and rewrite the instructions. So I've already made it about 3 times, but I have found that if I make it first and then do a tutorial, it's better, because I've kind of worked out, oh, yeah, that doesn't really make any sense, or I'm not sure I'm going to explain that, or that really needs me to film it that way, or, you know, and do it that way around so that you can see it. But thank you. We do put a lot of work into them. They take a while. So there's that's the instruction. So all of the seam allowances are included on all the Amber Makes thing. All you do is cut round the edge. So if you haven't used them before, cut round the edge and sew them together, following the instructions. But we always print into the seam allowance as well, because I found when we thought about it at the beginning, if we didn't, you'd end up with white space if you didn't sew as an accurate seam allowance. So that's garden birds. Should we do bluebell wood? I love bluebell wood because I love bluebells. I love this one. So here's the bluebell wood in May, and it features on one side Luna and Molly is Amy's and Luna is mine. Just a little nod to our dogs. You have dogs in the woods, haven't you? Not on both sides though, only on that side. So you've got the bluebells, you've got that beautiful bluebell purple base, bluebell handles, a bluebell lining and pocket, obviously, that says Secret Things. And I have to say, I rarely need to watch the videos because the instructions and photos are very informative. Oh, thank you, Carol. That's brilliant. I'm really pleased. Yeah, because sometimes people say, I need to watch the video. I mean, I do, but everyone has different ways of working, to be honest. I personally prefer to read words and then maybe go to the video afterwards. I like words and video, but I would do words first and then video. And I don't know why. It's like if I'm learning a new stitch with crochet, I don't want to watch a YouTube first. I want to read it and then I'll watch the YouTube. Just because, do you find, like, especially when you're doing knitting or crochet, and you watch, you go, hang on, stop, I haven't got there. And then you've got to take the yarn off and then you've got to press stop. I know. Maybe that's just me. I've just finished the shapely shoulder bag. Excellent tutorial, Rebecca, from Yvonne. Oh, thank you. Oh, I hope you enjoyed making that one. There's the Bluebell wood purse, and it does have a mini Luna Molly on it. Look how cute that is. Oh. What is my angel policy is I'm absolutely fine with you making things. Please don't sell my instructions. Be quite annoying. But other than that, you can make to sell. That's absolutely fine. It's just that obviously the instructions and the videos and the print take Amy and I quite some time. So that's only fair. Please don't sell my instructions. But yes, of course you can make to sell, and why not? There we go. So that's the Bluebell wood. Oh, I didn't get the panel out. Does that matter? Lavender bees. Now, this is one of our most popular prints. I remember Amy and I going away and talking about this because we love lavender and we love bees. And bees go on lavender, don't they? Very, very South of France, very Provence. So we have put this on quite a few things now. This was the first thing we put it on, was the tote bag, and we have it in storage tubs. And in a couple of months, we've got a brand new project coming out with this on. Very excited because I've just seen it. I haven't seen it printed, but I've seen it on screen because Amy's just designed it. So that's going to be exciting. So there's the lavender bees on one side, and you've got on the bottom all the sort of the little daisies, and on the other side, the handles have bees printed on them. And then the inside is that lovely mustardy shade. So it's a real proper designer bag, isn't it? It's a lovely mustard shade with bees and little heads of lavender. And obviously it comes with the little lavender bag bee purse with little lavender bees. So this one has got H640. If you don't put any wadding in them, or H640, which you don't have to, so you need to give it a bit of substance, it will fold up inside the purse. So if you want to use this as a bag that you just keep in your handbag so that when you go shopping unexpectedly, it's nothing better than a spontaneous shopping trip, is there? If you are unexpectedly shopping, or you go, you just pop to the shop to get some milk, you need an extra bag. This, if you don't put the wadding inside, it will fit in this little purse. You just never know, do you? I have various little bags for different things, and some of them do fit in that. So that's the lavender bee. I can show you the panel. Do you want to see the panel? Well, I should have it here. Yeah, we'll go on to the next one. I don't know where that's gone. Right, the next one. John Scott. What did I do with that? Well, I did have that. That's very odd. Let me just see if it's on the bottom of the trolley. I did have it. Yeah, I know. Oh, there it is. They've fallen off. Sorry, it was on the floor. Right. Now, this is, we designed this specially for John Scott's birthday last year. It is a totally tote, but it was a John Scott one. Now, this one, I've put Bozel in. So it's exactly the same. So when you do your totally tote, you can either put nothing in it, and then it will fold up in the little pouch. You can put H640 in, like I've done with all the others. But if you put Bozel in it, it's more structured, a bit like a basket bag. It's quite nice, isn't it? So that is the totally John Scott tote. And that's John's garden. So obviously we have hydrangeas on one side, and then we have cats and a Victoria sandwich on the other side. Of course, of course. And not sure where the panel for that one is. Don't worry, it's somewhere. Right, so that's the John Scott tote. With yes, so now the birdhouses, these were some of my favourite things because I love a birdhouse. And what I decided to do was I would design doorstops. Look at those. So cute. So there's Lavender House and then there's Bluebell House. Which one should we do? So this is Lavender House. Look how cute it is. It's got a little tiled roof, a handle, obviously. It's even got a little perch, because you never know. And it's got a door. I knew there was something I'd done with the door. I was thinking about those beach huts. There's a way to do a door. I might have to think about that. Look, and when you open the door, there's a little bird on the nest. And then if you shut the door, it's got like a little clasp. And on the side of it, look, it's got windows and a picket fence and a swing, because all birds need a swing. And it's only $14.99. It's a bargain. I knew I loved it. Let me show you. I'm just going to show you the panel for it so you can see. So it's all designed and all illustrated by Amy, obviously. So look, there you go. And she's even put where there's some gaps. We've got little spaces like we've got the watering can and the wellies. We haven't seen this one for ages because it's been out of print. Like a book. It's been out of print, but we've got it back. So there's the door front, look, and there's the little porch, the little piece for the porch. And there's a label, so you can call it Lavender House, but you don't have to. There's the door as a separate piece. That's what I need to do with the beach hut. I'm going to think about that. There's the roof, but you can see she's designed it with little towels. So it's not a massive fabric panel, and it has full instructions, obviously, here. But it's got everything you need, full instructions, and of course there's a video tutorial. And then you just stuff it, and I've filled it where you can put like poly pellets in. I filled mine with sand actually. Oh no, that's the blue one. Because there's two, there's Lavender House and Bluebell House. But I think it's really cute, and I have one of these inside by the door, and it just looks really sweet. So that's Lavender House doorstop. And then we also have Bluebell House doorstop. And again, Bluebell House, exactly the same, it's just blue. So it's got its little perch, it's got a little door with the blue tip behind, picket fence, birds on the swing, and I love the way, look, it's got everything going around it. Full, and if this is like something you think, oh, I can't do that, I've never done that before, it's got a full video tutorial. It's a really nice, it's a lovely gift to give someone. Who doesn't want a birdhouse doorstop? Don't know. Why wouldn't you? And it even has the handle Amy designed, so it's got the slates, but it's got flowers along the handle because you need to be able to pick your house up. So you just need a bit of wadding, filling, and every self-respecting bird should have a picket fence around their house. So you could applique these other bits. There's a bucket and a pair of wellies and a watering can. And a bird bath, obviously, because they're very posh, these birds. Now, I then decided that we needed to have peg bags because I love a peg bag. Now, for some reason, I've lost the coat hangers. Don't know where they've gone. But you don't get a coat hanger. But what I did was, because I designed these so that you can hang these on your washing line. But I didn't want to have a special hanger that you had to buy and spend loads of money. So they are designed to fit just those normal wire coat hangers that you get from the dry cleaners. You know those ones we've all got hundreds of, but it's gone. So it's designed specially that the hanger goes through there and then it sits in. Because what you do is you cut the ends of the hanger so it fits. So it hangs on the line through the hook there. And then when you look inside it, so when you've got it hanging up, you can see the bird on its nest. And then you've got the picket fence at the bottom. You've got the tiled roof. And then on the back, the bird on the swing. So when it's hanging on your line, it just looks adorable. I mean, you could put like a wooden hanger in. It's just that I got one of those standard ones and drew round it so that the angle of it was just right, so that you can just hang it on your line and it just looks really lovely. Or you could just hang it in your house as a little decoration. So that is lavender. I'll show you what the kit looks like. So this is bigger, but it's the same size. It's the same price, isn't it? Yeah, $14.99. But the panel is a lot bigger. So there you go. So there's your, because the way that you create this circular shape here is it's fully lined, obviously, Has to be fully lined, doesn't it? But that's how you do the circular shape, because I didn't want anyone to have to cut out a circle and hem it. That would be an absolute nightmare. So what you do, this is why it's so big. So you have the front and the back, and then this circle is drawn on. So when you put the front and the back together, you sew along the circle. And then you turn it all right sides out. It makes sense when you see the instructions and watch the tutorial, but it means that you don't have to turn anything under on a circle, which would be really difficult. And you get a fully lined, because, you know, this peg bag, you can leave it out in the rain, we all do, don't we? The peg bag is fully lined. You want it to be nice and durable. You don't want any internal edges. So there's the front, back, and the lining. And then there's lots of applique pieces with this, because they're funny shapes. You ended up with spaces. So Amy put lots of extra pieces in. So that's the lavender one. This is the bluebell version of the birdhouse peg bag. Again, I've lost the that one. So again, it's got the little door. So it matches beautifully with the peg bag, but obviously you don't have to have both of them. You could have one or the other, but it does look lovely. And again, a nice gift for someone if they've just moved home or they've got a new house. Everyone needs a peg bag, don't they? And why not have a birdhouse one? It's just cute. And the bluebell house is an additional applique, so you don't have to call it that if you don't want to. That is sewn on as an additional thing. Right, let's do garden birds. Now, again, I don't think we've shown these for ages and ages, so it's time. I'm going to show you all of them, and then you can decide. So there's the blue tit. Now, on all of them, you get the bird. It's a doorstop, but it can just be a decoration. And you get two, they're not babies, because babies would be not this colour. They're small versions. It's a shame, I wanted them to be babies, but babies wouldn't be this colour because it takes a while for them to get that colour. So you get two small versions, and then you get the big version. And look, they have wings that are sewn on afterwards, so that really 3D look. The way that Amy's designed them beautifully, so that when you join the pieces together, the line goes all the way around and the feathers join up. Honestly, I think this is one of the best things she's done, just because when you look at the feathers, you see how they're all painted in, and then you can open up the back and his wings cross over. Beautiful long tail. These don't have a tutorial. They have their full instructions, but we've been doing Amber Makes for a couple of years until we decided to do tutorials. This is something really I need to go back and redo them all. But they do have full instructions with lots and lots of pictures. Quite a big set of instructions. You've got all of the pictures in here. It does show you, it's not a difficult make, to be honest, but this is in, and we put big pictures of them all in there, but it is a pre-tutorial kit. One day I'll redo it. So that is the Bertie the blue tit. Now, if you look at the price of that, this is the price it was when we first launched it. And for some reason, we haven't changed the prices. Yeah, so this was the price it was at 2022. So if we did it now, it would be more. And this is what you'll find with all of the older kits, that this would be more now. But that's just because we haven't increased the price. So this is all the pieces, so you can see how clever it is. There's all labels on them, and because Amy's illustrated them, and then the seam allowance is in there, they've got labels A, B, C, D. So all you have to do is match A to A, B to B. There's none of this match the left leg to the right foot or anything. It is match up the pieces. And it has little feet, and it's different on the bottom. It's just the cutest thing. This is one of my favourite things, because I think if you tried to do this in plain fabric, well, I mean, it would look like a bird, but to get that blue tit look, you've got to have it illustrated, haven't you? And then you get the two of those that you can just, well, actually, they fit inside the wings, which is quite handy to not losing them. But you could use them just as little decorations. And they look nice beside your door. So that's the blue tip. And then the next one we did, right, very limited on the blue tip now. Then we did a goldfinch, because I think goldfinches are lovely. They're so striking, aren't they? So there's the goldfinch with the red face. Oh, its beak's got really squished. It's been in the box. Normally the stuffing would have gone into this. If this was living in my house, that's better. Oh, I've squished him back. So look, it's got little feet, but look, isn't it lovely with the red face? And then they always have these beautiful yellow wings with the spot on the end. I think Amy spent quite a bit of time looking at all the different prints and colours that you could do them, and then you've got the feathers with the spots, and then there's the two mini ones. And obviously on the panel, the instructions, you've got everything that you need to make these. We're in our teens for that one. In fact, we've got 13 of those left. But a lot of people I know have bought all three because they come to collect, because they want to collect them. The robin, I did just pick it up by its head. Never pick up a bird by its head. But I love the robin. Well, the robin is Britain's favourite bird. And it's just gorgeous, isn't it? But because of the way... So what I did is when I made it, and then I gave all the pieces, I then took it all apart and I marked where they all matched up so that she could see how to match up the print, so that this section here is joined between those two sections so that the print matched up exactly. And because all the seam allowances are printed on the panel, you haven't got to work that out. You've just got to sew around it. And the feathers look lovely, don't they? And you can also quilt on top, sew on top of that if you want to, so it adds extra detail. And there's the two miniature robins. Little robins, I'll just tuck them. You just tuck them in there and then you don't lose them when they're in the box. I'll put them back in the bag. I won't do. Right. So the gingham tote, I love these. I wrote this set of instructions because I thought this is a brilliant way of just using 3 plain fabrics to make gingham. And you can do it in any colour. This is instructions only. So with this one, I've done them in a grey. So you've got white, medium grey and dark grey. It works really well in denims. So light, medium and dark denim. Oh, in fact, that's the one that I did in the denim. It's a really good way of using plain fabrics, denim fabrics, anything where you've got 3 shades of one colour. I mean, you could use any fabrics, but if you want to create that gingham look, they're really on trend. It's a fully lined tote bag. It's a really simple make. It gives you all the information you need. Basically, you need a fat quarter of dark, medium and light fabric, and then and a half a metre of lining. And then I've put wadding in it, it's got the straps, but if you're new to sewing, it really is just cutting squares, choose a light, medium and a dark, and create your own gingham. And it's dead easy to do. And when you've got the instructions, you can use them over and over again. But I did do it in a denim, but you could do it in a print as long as you've got those 3 graduated shades, or you can just do it as a patchwork bag. But it is very simple, so I would give that one a go. The zippy tray case. Yes, there are 2, but that was one I couldn't find. So I'll show you the vintage sewing because I know where the Portuguese towels has gone. There's a lot of projects in the cupboard and I was a little bit short of time this morning. So this is the zippy tray case. So I know loads of you have seen this before. We did this in sewing school. It was in the how to insert a zip. So the instructions are written for a complete beginner, and obviously there's a tutorial as well. So whether you've done any sewing or not, whether you've put in a zip before, this will show you how. So can you see the zip goes diagonally? So what you do is you unzip it, and then you open it out, and it becomes a tray, zippy tray case. So it becomes a tray with sides, and then it has a little pouch. So this is great for taking to workshops or keeping your sewing kit or your crochet hooks or whatever in. You put it all in, and then when you want to actually you work from it and use it, it's all laying there in the case with the side so it won't fall out. You've got this little pouch, again, that opens out. Let me show you there. like a tray. So I use that for like putting fabric clips in or small items, and then you just pull that, and it comes out like a little flower. Then you put that in, and then when you want to pack it up, you just zip it together. Now, a lot of the time, so I've seen these before, you know, a lot of people design these and make them, but quite often you have to do it so that you put the zip in as, you have to put the slider on the zip after you've done it. And I hate putting sliders on zips. For some reason, they don't like me. So I worked out a way to do it so that you don't have to put a slider back on the zip. There's just a special way of doing it to make that happen. And then it has a little handle as well. This is the panel. So obviously, because it's fully lined, it's a very strange shape, I know, but it works. Because you have to have an extra seam allowance in one place that's different to the seam allowance in another. All the seam allowances are there. That's the shape. There's a space, so you've got a gift tag. So you've got zip tabs, handle, that's the lining, that's the outer, and then these are the pieces for the little one, and then these are the tray sides. But they've all got this vintage sewing print on. So you've got rows of spools of threads and buttons and all these little prints. It's really, really, really useful thing to have. And if you've not put a zip in and you want to learn how to make one of these, the instructions are written from a beginner's point of view. And obviously, so it's sewing school. So if you haven't, sewing school was a collectible we did last year. It has all of the instructions in more detail than our normal ones. And then it has various terms, techniques, tools, materials in orange. And then if you go to the back, all of the orange things are, that's the wrong way around. I must have lost a page. I'll find that. All of the orange bits are explained in the back. So if you've never done slip stitch, or what's a turning gap, how to use fusible fleece, what is a zip slider, I go into detail about that. So I think because quite often we use these techniques and terms and expect people to understand them. So that's why with sewing school it goes into a lot more detail, and you get the full instructions with that one. There is another colourway of that, which is the Portuguese tiles, but that's the one I can't find. So I'll just show you a picture of it. Shall I show you the panel? It works in exactly the same way. It does the same thing, but it's just in this lovely Amy's Portuguese tiles design. So you've got this beautiful tealy orange tiles on the outside, and then you've got this orange, but you can actually swap them around. You can choose which side you put them on. So there's the Portuguese, the tiles on the outside, and then you've got the orange on the inside. And the tray sides, this is the beauty of us being able to print fabric, is this, you fold this in half, so that's on the inside and that's on the outside. But you don't need two pieces of fabric because we can just print that together, so you don't have to join them. And obviously you could swap those around. That's the zip pouch, but that's what that one looks like. And obviously it looks exactly the same as the other one, but just in this print. But you can swap them around, so you could have a teal outside or an orange one outside, whichever one you prefer. So that's the zippy tray case. The pretty useful pouches. Now that's another one I couldn't find. I know, I've got the panel, but again, this is one we haven't shown for ages and ages and ages, and I absolutely love this print. We need to do something else with it because it took Amy ages to design it. So it's two zip cases. One is the pretty useful pouches. So one is big enough to use for like a wash bag, and one is sort of a makeup bag. Or you take them on holiday, you put one with all your cables and chargers and batteries, and you can put one with all your tablets or your hair bits or whatever. So the outside of the big one are the puffins on a rock. I mean, we need to use this print for something else because I absolutely love it, because you're getting the outer and the lining for two pouches, all on one panel for $19.99. And then the lining is this beautiful dark blue print with all the puffins in. That's the back. A lunch bag would be great with the seagulls in it. Oh, I was so funny. I was having coffee outside on Tuesday morning, really nice cafe in Bath. And this table full of really posh ladies, and this seagull swooped in, picked up a massive pretzel, and then lights flew off. She ran after it. I thought, what are you going to do? Are you going to take it off the seagull and then eat it? I was kind of thinking, it was just these 4 women, they were outraged. And it was just the funniest thing. And it was, you know, those big sort of bakery pretzels. And I thought, fancy running after the seagull, because I'm not sure I'd have eaten it afterwards. And then, of course, the seagull then goes off and it's on the floor eating it. And then all the other seagulls want to share it with it. So there's all this massive seagull fight over this pretzel, which was upsetting these women even more. How I laughed. Which probably upset them even more, but it was quite funny. But it was a square in Bath that's full of seagulls. Don't leave food on your table. I think one of them left their thing there and went to get their coffee or something. It was really funny. Anyway, this is the second one. So this is the smaller one. So this features the naughty seagulls. And then the lining is this lovely print with the seagulls. They also both have pockets on the inside. So the large pouch has a puffin pocket, which has a lining. The small pouch has a seagull pocket, which has a lining. And then there's loads of seagulls and puffins all along it as well. So it's a beautiful set. I need to have a better look. It's probably right at the back of the cupboard in a box somewhere. But it is a lovely set to have because it's the puffins and the seagulls are such beautiful birds, aren't they? And there's labels on it as well. It will come with a full set of instructions, and it will have a full video tutorial. So it will explain exactly how to do it for you. Right, there's only 4 of this kit left. And it is lovely. And I don't know why we haven't done it for a while. It's really nice, isn't it? Because we need to use the print for something else because it's just... We did do a fat quarter panel of it once, but it's so cute, isn't it? Right, the Carefree Cacti, I know where they are because they're on the shelf, I think. And I think... Oh, they're up here. Oh, somebody very tall put them up here. Oh, I've lost my glasses now. There's 2. Have a look at those a minute. Right, I saw them up there the other day, so I knew they weren't in the cupboard. Again, love these, absolutely love these, because it took me a while to make them so that they actually look like cacti and not strange things. And then I sent them all to Amy, and I told her what they were called, and she did the most amazing job. So on the panel, because they've been up there, they've give them a good shake. They'll stay together now. You can make all 3. So they come in these beautiful tiled pots that look a bit like Portuguese crack tiles. They have grit, because you plant cacti in grit, not soil, don't you? And then you've got all the pieces to make the saguaro cactus, which is this one. That sounds posh. I called it the saguaro until I listened to pronunciation. It's the saguaro, which is kind of your Western one. And it has the pieces to make these little flowers. Then you've got the ferro cactus, which is this one, these padded ones. They're dead easy to make. They're just really lovely. And I worked out this time, because I did some flower pots before, how to do it so that you see there's like a little rim so that the grit sits inside like it really would. And they're bottoms as well. And then this one is the prickly pear. So it has the little pink flowers. These are really nice gifts. I made one of them for a friend who'd been in hospital because you can't take them flowers, can you? So they're quite a nice gift, so I made one of them for those. In fact, and with my friends, I sewed eyes and a nose and a mouth on it. Just made me laugh. Let me show you the panel. There's a full video tutorial if you've never made fabric. I love fabric. I love crochet plants and I love fabric plants because I'm rubbish at gardening. But they just look so nice, don't they? They're the sort of thing if you give one to someone. So if you bought the whole set, well, you could obviously make them all, but that's 3 separate presents. You could even sew faces on them. So let me show you the panel because you get a lot on it. It's a big panel. So and obviously there's a full video tutorial. Now it's designed in such a way so that obviously the seam allowances, but in order to get that rim to go on the inside, it has a separate piece. It's designed so that it's curved. When I did the flower pots, I had to get my son Freddie to work that out. I was good at maths because I just couldn't for the life of me work out how you could get a pot that was small at the bottom and bigger at the top and curved. It's a specific mathematical shape, but it's all done. And then look, there's the grit. because you sew the grit in half and then put the cactus. There's the bits for the ferro cactus, the bases, all the flowers. So that's all the carefree cacti. Now, I was looking at all of our, well, flowery things, and we do quite a few notebook covers. And the thoughts and ideas been sold out for ages. Had no idea, not a thought. So I persuaded Ian to redo them. Back in stock. So this is a very, obviously we do lots of notebook covers for specific hobbies and things like baking and gardening. This is just for thoughts and ideas. So this is quite a nice gift. So if you've ever had a thought or an idea, you need to write it down. So the way it works is on the panel, you can put handles on it. There's handles in the thing. Or if you don't want to have handles, you can make a little tab that goes across. That's not in the instructions, but on the Amber Makes website, there is a little video tutorial that shows you how to make that. So you can use the handles to do that, or you can just use your own piece of fabric. So when you open it up, there's then a little pocket that you put 3 lines in so you can put your pencils in there. All you need is an A5 notebook to put inside. I used a hardback one. You can buy these quite cheaply, but put a notebook in then. And then there's a nice one. Hi, Rebecca. I've had a few of your kits, and they're all brilliant quality. The instructions and videos are easy to follow, even for beginner. From Joanne in Wiltshire. Oh, thank you. That's really good, because I try to do them so that beginners can do them, but it's hard, isn't it, to remember whether you've covered everything. So it's really useful having your feedback. Really, really useful, because we try, but, you know, there are things you sometimes forget. It has a pocket here, so you can put other things in, and then you can put things in behind the pocket. My favourite bit, well, I designed this for me, was this here, because you know when you have all those bits of paper inside a notebook and you open it out and they all fall out, this pocket here, which is optional because it mimics the print below, is to put all those bits of paper in. And then you can see on the picture on there, you can either put the handles on it because they're on the panel, but you don't have to, or you can put that little magnetic tabby claspy thing, and then this is what the panels looks like. So everything's printed on there, easy peasy. All you need to do is a bit of wadding, because that's gives it a bit of structure. That's all, and then that's your little book. $14.99, and it is brilliant for gifts for people. When you don't know what to give someone, make them a book cover, because they always go down well. The basket bag. So this was something we designed for Vix's birthday. We can. I'm just trying to see where the other one is. It's under there somewhere. I saw one of, I owned one of these. It was red actually, but in that kind of like kind of like a basket, but mine was red. And I thought, I'm sure we can make one of these. So I asked Amy, so I worked out all the sizes, and Amy designed this basket weave fabric. And so the beauty of this basket bag, it's ideal. You can take it to work, you can take it on holiday, you can take it on picnics. It has a drawstring top so that you can keep a lot inside because it can extend, and you pull the drawstring and it keeps it all really neatly inside. And then it has a zip pocket on the inside so you can keep all your things safe when you're on your picnic. It has a tab with a lobster clasp on, because if you're like me, always worried you've lost your keys or your headphones or your purse, so you can attach it inside. Then it also has, again, you can see I did this for me, it has a padded pocket so you can put your phone or your glasses in there, and then you can find everything. Now, for this one, I put Decaville in here because I wanted that solid basket-like stand-up appearance. So that's the Decaville one. Then there's another, here we go. The next one, which is the daisy one. So exactly the same principle, but daisies. But this one, it's crocheted granny squares. So you can see Amy's designed it with treble crochet granny squares, and you don't even have to crochet. This one I've put bozels, so it's like a foam interfacing. The drawstring top is daisies. The lining is miniature, the pockets are miniature daisies, and the lining is a lovely gold floral look. And then it's got spotty handles. So this one's got bozel in, so it's more squishy. And then the final one, which is this sort of geometric one. Let me move that out of the way. There we go. That's That's the last one. Now that one just has H640 in. So it works with any of the stabiliser. It depends what look. So whether you want that really stiff basket, whether you want the sort of stiff but a bit more squishy, or you want it like this. So this is woven tiles. So you've got the sort of the Portuguese tiles on the drawstring part. And then the outside of it, Amy designed a bit like, you know when you see those plastic woven bags in bright colours? Or that, you know, the ones that are actually plastic and they're woven. That's what she designed it to look like. But it's really useful. It's brilliant for holidays because you can get everything inside. You can get your glasses, your keys, your Ziploc, everything. But also you can take them. They're quite good to go on a picnic as well, particularly that one. So that's the basket bags. The greenhouse. Yeah, I haven't done him for a while. So this is the trio of storage baskets, and this is for your shed. So it's a garden shed. So this is great, well, if you love gardening or you want to use them to put your gardening things on. There are 3 baskets. They all come on the panel. So there's the outside of it. They're brilliant to put plants in. And then on the inside, everything's in there as well. You've got but you could put them, like your napkins in them. They'd be great if you had, like, if you were outside eating, you could put all the things. The inside is being illustrated like a shed. So you could use your own lining and use that for the outside. And then you've got 6 baskets. They have, there's a bike on that one. They have handles. They're optional whether you put those on. That's the large one. And all 3 are on the panel because they nest, so they'll store away. The medium one is the shed shelves. Couldn't get the word out. The shed shelves. So look, you've got the shelves that have got all the different tools and everything, and then you've got the slate, that's the roof of the shed. And then the inside of the shed is shed shelves as well, but they're all in green. So that's quite a nice thing to keep your seeds in, or you could put little herbs in them and put them on your windowsill. And then the baby one it's got lots of gardening words: sow, grow, potting, gardening, seeds, herbs. So you can keep you could put maybe like a little succulent plant in that, or you could put your seeds. So with the panel, you will get all of the instructions. You'll get all of the pieces for all of this, linings and outers, and there is a full video tutorial for that as well. Well, now there's other things that I haven't had time to go through, but they are all on the website. So just go on to sewingstreet.com, watch live and scroll down, and they're all on there. Right, tomorrow on Sewing Street, it's me. I'm back. I'm doing the whole weekend. I've chosen to do the hottest weekend. That's great, because do you know what? It's really cool inside here. So I'm fine. I'm not actually looking forward to going outside. So I hope that you join me together and stay inside in the cool. At 8 o'clock, we've got, we love William Morris. I do, actually. Just got a William Morris rug. It's very nice. Yeah, William Morris gifting. 9 o'clock, Catherine Wright's here with Leicestershire Craft Centre Layer Up Waistcoat. We love Catherine Wright's patterns. You love Catherine Wright's patterns, so I'm looking forward to that show. 10 o'clock, we've got Susan Briscoe in with Sashco, and I haven't seen her for ages, so that'll be really nice. Love her stuff, and she is the queen of Sashco, let's be honest. She is. What she doesn't know is not worth knowing, to be fair. She knows so much, and she's lovely. I'm looking forward to seeing her as well. Catherine will be back at 11 o'clock with an improv quilts book by Laura Lewin. I won't like improv quilts. That'll be good. So if you fancy a bit of that, because that's what I love about improv quilts. It is a kind of, you can't really go wrong. You can kind of mess it up a bit, and it doesn't really matter, and you can use your stash. So these are some really great learning tutorial hours. And at 12 o'clock, we've got quilts, kits you'll love, and extra wide fabrics. And I love both of those things. So tomorrow's going to be a great day. I'll see you back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Thank you for joining me today.